In the winter of 1788, the halls of St. James's Palace did not echo with the festive sounds of the season, but with the muffled screams of a king. George III was losing his mind, or so the official records told the world. But behind the heavy oak doors of the royal bedchamber, a much darker reality was being curated by a circle of men who answered to no law. Dr. Francis Willis, a man known for his brutal methods of curing the insane, was not there to restore the king's sanity. He was there to manage a collapse that was not mental, but biological. Beneath the floorboards of the private chapel, a discovery was made that would have burned the British Empire to the ground if it had reached the streets of London. A hidden stone chamber, untouched since the time of Henry VIII, was opened by a lantern-bearing physician. Inside, he did not find the remains of a forgotten saint or the gold of a past crusade. He found 300 jars of a glowing amber fluid, labeled with the names of children who had never existed on any census. This was the liquid gold of the aristocracy, a substance harvested from the living to sustain the dying. It was a moral decay so profound that it made the madness of the king look like a mercy. This is the truth the king buried. The world outside has faded now. The frantic pace of the city is gone, replaced by the soft, rhythmic ticking of a clock that has seen centuries pass. The air in this room is cool, smelling of ancient leather and the faint, sweet scent of beeswax candles burning low. As you settle into the stillness, let the weight of the present moment melt away. We are traveling back, past the noise of the modern world, into a time of shadows and silk where every whisper carried the weight of a throne. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. The year 1788 was a pivot point for the British crown, a year when the facade of majesty began to crack under the pressure of a secret that had been rotting in the foundations for generations. To understand the discovery under St. James's Palace, one must first understand the atmosphere of the court. It was a place of extreme refinement and hidden filth. The palace itself, a sprawling Tudor structure of red brick, stood as a sentinel over a London that was rapidly changing. While the Industrial Revolution began to choke the sky with coal smoke, the elite lived in a world of candlelight and carefully guarded privacy. But the king's illness had created a vacuum, a space where the usual rules of secrecy began to fail. Dr. Francis Willis was a specialist in the mechanics of the human soul, or at least that was his reputation. He was brought to the palace under the cover of night, his arrival unrecorded in the daily logs of the gatekeepers. Willis was a man of cold precision, a physician who viewed the human body as a machine to be mastered. On the night of December 12th, while the rest of the palace slept under the heavy influence of spiced wine and fatigue, Willis followed a specific set of instructions left by a predecessor who had died in terror. These instructions led him away from the king's bedside and down into the bowels of the structure, where the air grew thick with the dampness of the Thames. The foundations of St. James's were built upon the ruins of a 12th-century leper hospital, a fact that the royal family rarely mentioned in polite company. It was here, in the cold damp of the basement, that the physician noticed a misalignment in the masonry behind a heavy tapestry of the royal arms. His lantern flickered as he pushed against the stone, feeling the grit of centuries-old mortar crumble under his touch. The stone did not just move, it pivoted with a mechanical smoothness that suggested it was frequently maintained. Behind it lay a spiral staircase that descended into a darkness so absolute it seemed to swallow the light of his flame. As he moved downward, the temperature dropped, and the smell of the palace, The lavender and the roasted meats was replaced by something metallic and sharp. It was the smell of iron and old copper. This was the entry point to the Shadow Archives, a place where the history of England was not written in ink, but in something far more precious. At the bottom of the stairs, Willis found himself in a vaulted chamber. The walls were lined with shelves made of dark, rot-resistant teak. On these shelves sat the jars, 300 of them, each one sealed with heavy wax and a leaden cap. When he held his lantern close to the nearest one, the fluid inside didn't just reflect the light, it seemed to trap it. It was a viscous, shimmering gold, swirling with a slow, hypnotic movement as if it were still alive. Each jar bore a small, handwritten parchment tag. The names were simple: Thomas of Wapping, Mary of the Marsh, Sarah of the Lane. There were no surnames. There were no dates of birth. There were only dates of harvest. The physician's hands trembled. He was a man of science, but he was also a man who understood the language of power. He realized in that moment that the madness of King George was not a disease of the brain, but a failure of the supply. The king was the primary consumer of this liquid gold, and the jars in this room were the only things standing between the House of Hanover and a physical collapse that would be visible to the entire world. The aristocracy had been suffering from a genetic degradation, a thinning of the blood that they called the Sanguine Debt, to pay this debt. They had turned to a ritualized extraction from the strongest and healthiest of the lower classes. As Willis walked deeper into the vault, he found a large, leather-bound volume resting on a stone plinth. This was the Red Registry. It was the ledger of the silent harvest. He opened the cover, the parchment groaning as it was disturbed for the first time in years. The calligraphy was beautiful, executed with the same care one might use for a Holy Bible. It detailed the medical criteria for the donors. They had to be young, they had to be untainted by the diseases of the city, and they had to be completely anonymous. The registry explained how the London fog was utilized, how the shadow harvesters moved through the mist to collect those who would never be missed. It was a system of industrial-scale predation. Hidden behind the dignity of the crown, why did the names on the jars have no surnames? Was it to protect the families of the victims, or was it to ensure that the harvesters never saw their prey as human beings? The registry mentioned a specific date, August 12, 1762, the birth of the Prince of Wales. Next to this entry was a note in red ink. The first infusion was successful. The hereditary tremor has subsided. The debt is paid for now. This was the moment Willis realized that the entire royal line was dependent on this secret. They were not divine by right of blood, they were divine by right of theft. The very skin of the royals, known for its pale, translucent beauty, was a result of this amber fluid circulating in their veins. It was a biological masquerade, a gilded lie that required a constant stream of lives to maintain. Willis felt a presence behind him. He turned, his lantern swinging wildly, to see a figure standing in the doorway of the vault. It was not a ghost or a guard, but a member of the Privy Council, his face obscured by the shadows of a heavy cloak. The man did not speak at first. He simply watched the physician as he looked upon the jars. The silence in the chamber was heavy, broken only by the sound of water dripping somewhere in the distance. When the counselor finally spoke, his voice was like the sound of dry leaves skittering across a tombstone. He didn't ask what Willis was doing there. He simply asked, "Do you understand the weight of the crown now, doctor?" The counselor stepped forward into the dim circle of lantern light, his boots making no sound on the damp stone floor. He was Lord Thurlow, the Lord Chancellor, a man known for his iron grip on the legalities of the kingdom. But here, in the cold heart of St. James's, he looked less like a lawmaker and more like a high priest of a forgotten cult. He did not look at Willis with malice, but with a weary sort of recognition. He knew that any man of high intellect, when faced with the machinery of the state, would eventually find his way to this room. The secret was too large, too heavy, to remain completely hidden from those tasked with the king's survival. Thurlow gestured toward the shelves of amber jars. He explained that the fluid was not a medicine in the way the modern world understood it. It was a distilled essence, a biological stabilizer that counteracted the progressive decay of the royal bloodline. Since the time of George I, the House of Hanover had carried a hidden vulnerability, a brittleness of the spirit and the flesh that threatened to dissolve the monarchy from within. The public was told of porphyria, of skin rashes and blue urine, but these were merely the external symptoms of an internal collapse. To prevent the king from becoming a literal vegetable in front of his subjects, the Privy Council had authorized the Sanguine protocols. Willis listened, his mind racing through the medical implications. He asked about the donors, the names on the tags. Thurlow's expression remained as cold as the stone walls. He explained that in a city of nearly 1 million people, the disappearance of a few hundred unrecorded souls every decade was a statistical ghost. The shadow harvesters were a specialized unit of the Bow Street runners, men who operated in the blind spots of the law. They targeted those without families, those who lived in the cracks of the sprawling metropolis, the ones the Industrial Revolution had already deemed disposable. It was a dark exchange. The life of the many for the continuity of the one. The year 1788 was particularly dangerous because the king's consumption had doubled. The glass-skin plague, as it was known within the inner circles of the court, had begun to manifest. This was a condition where the skin became so thin and translucent that the veins beneath appeared like dark, tangled vines, and the slightest touch would cause the flesh to tear. To the public, the king wore thick layers of powder and heavy silk robes even in the heat of summer. But in private, he was wrapped in bandages soaked in the amber fluid. The jars Willis saw were the only reason. George III could still sit on the throne without his physical form failing him. Thurlow walked to the plinth and turned the pages of the Red Registry to a section dated October 1788. He pointed to a specific entry. It was a name that made Willis's blood turn to ice. It was the name of a young medical student who had gone missing from the London hospital 3 months prior. A student Willis himself had once corresponded with regarding the anatomy of the nervous system. The student had not been a disposable pauper. He had been a man of talent and promise. This revealed a terrifying truth. As the king's need grew, the harvesters were becoming bolder, reaching higher into the social strata to find the purest essence. The Lord Chancellor leaned closer, the scent of snuff and old parchment emanating from his robes. He gave Willis a choice. He could become a part of the secret, receiving a salary that would make him the wealthiest physician in Europe and ensuring his family's status for generations. Or he could leave the vault and find that his name was the next one written in the Red Registry. The Crown could not afford a witness who was not also a conspirator. Willis looked at the jars, then at the ledger, and finally at the cold, calculating eyes of the man who held the keys to the kingdom. He realized that the madness he was sent to cure was not in the king, but in the very foundations of the empire. What would happen if the supply of liquid gold ever ran out? Would the British Empire crumble like the brittle skin of its monarch, or would it find an even darker way to survive? As the night wore on, Willis began to study the registry with a feverish intensity. He found that the ritual of extraction was a masterpiece of 18th century medical horror. It involved a series of rhythmic bloodletting sessions, combined with the ingestion of rare minerals brought from the furthest reaches of the colonies. The fluid was not just blood. It was a concentrate of the body's defensive mechanisms, stripped of its humanity and refined into a shelf-stable gold. The registry even included diagrams of the harvesting chairs used in the basement of the Tower of London, devices that looked more like instruments of torture than tools of medicine. By the time the first gray light of dawn began to seep through the upper windows of the palace, Willis had made his decision. He would not just manage the king's madness, he would optimize the harvest. He saw a way to make the process more efficient, to reduce the waste and ensure that the amber fluid was of a higher potency. He had transitioned from a man of healing to an architect of the Shadow Empire. He began to write his own notes in the margins of the Red Registry, his handwriting merging with the scripts of the ghosts who had come before him. The Palace of St. James's remained silent as the physician and the chancellor ascended the spiral staircase, leaving the vault behind. Above them, the king was waking up, his voice beginning to rise in a confused, erratic babble. The guards stood at attention, the servants moved with practiced discretion, and the people of London began their daily struggle for survival, unaware that their very lives were the currency that kept the sun from setting on the British throne. The secret was safe, but the cost was rising, and the London fog was beginning to roll in from the river. Thick and expectant, this secret vault was just the beginning of the trail, for as Willis would soon discover, the Red Registry contained a list of names that stretched far beyond the palace walls, reaching into the very heart of the Victorian era. But there was one name in the book that stood apart, a name that belonged to someone who was supposed to be dead 100 years before the registry was even started. Imagine the most opulent ballroom in 1750s London. The air is heavy with the scent of powdered wigs and expensive French perfume, a thick cloud of elegance meant to mask the stench of the gutter. But look closer at the faces beneath the chandeliers. They are not human. They are porcelain. Behind the static, painted smiles of the aristocracy lies a betrayal of biology so terrifying that even the sun was deemed a mortal enemy. A curse of the blood, a forbidden side effect of the immortality they tried to steal, had turned their skin into a brittle, translucent layer of glass. One sharp touch, one stray spark from a fireplace, or one moment of intense emotion, and the face of a duchess would literally shatter. This was the glass-skin plague, a secret buried in the high courts of Europe. A moral decay that forced the elite to live as breathing statues to avoid revealing the monsters they had become. They called it fashion, they called it the height of style, but it was a lie designed to hide the fact that their humanity was evaporating. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Breathe in the stillness of the midnight hour. The frantic heart of the city has slowed to a crawl, and we are stepping into the candlelit parlors of a forgotten century. Feel the cool silk of history beneath your fingertips as we begin our journey into the shadows. The world outside is a distant memory, and here, in the soft glow of the embers, the secrets of the past are ready to be whispered once more. By the middle of the 18th century, The high society of London and Paris had reached a level of decadence that bordered on the surreal. It was 1750, a year marked by a strange series of minor earthquakes in London that many took as a divine omen. On February 8th and again on March 8th, the ground trembled, sending the wealthy fleeing to the countryside in their carriages. But for those who stayed, a different kind of tremor was beginning to take hold within the very walls of the aristocratic townhouses. This tremor was not in the earth, but in the hands of the elite. It was the first sign of the glass skin. It began as a subtle change in the complexion, a luminous, almost ethereal glow that was initially praised by poets and painters. The elite appeared to be lit from within, their skin taking on the quality of fine bone china. But this beauty was a predator. The transition from flesh to glass was a slow, agonizing process of petrification. As the liquid gold treatments from the royal vaults became more common among the inner circle, the biological cost began to manifest as a hardening of the epidermis. The skin did not just become pale, it became non-porous. It lost the ability to sweat, to breathe, or to heal. By the winter of 1750, the first true victim of the plague, Lady Elizabeth Cavendish, found that she could no longer smile without the skin around her mouth tightening to the point of tearing. She was 24 years old, a woman of legendary beauty, and she was the first to commission a mask not for a ball, but for her daily life. The masks were masterpieces of deception. Crafted from the finest Limoges porcelain or beaten silver, they were painted by the most talented miniaturists of the age to mimic a perfect, unmoving human expression. To the outside world, this was the birth of the macaroni style, an era of extreme affectation where the wealthy moved with a stiff, choreographed grace. The public believed the elite were simply too refined to show emotion. They did not know that a single tear, containing the salts of a dying system, could etch a permanent scar into a cheek that was no longer made of living tissue. Historical records of the time focus on the 1751 Gin Act, a piece of legislation designed to curb the rampant alcoholism of the poor. It was a perfect distraction. While the newspapers raved about the moral failings of the working class, the House of Lords was becoming a gallery of mannequins. The physicians of the court, led by the silent and watchful Dr. Francis Willis, encouraged the use of Venetian ceruse, a thick lead-based white makeup. On the surface, it was a cosmetic. In reality, it was a biological sealant, used to fill the micro cracks that began to appear in the skin of the nobles after their third or fourth amber infusion. But why did the personal physician of King George II, a man of immense wealth and influence, suddenly take his own life in the spring of 1751? He left no note, only a small porcelain fragment found in his clenched fist. A fragment that appeared to have a human vein running through the center of the ceramic dot. As the months passed, the atmospheric build of the plague reached a fever pitch. The elite began to retreat from the daylight entirely. The night courts became the standard, where the only illumination came from soft, filtered candles. Harsh light was dangerous, as the heat could cause the brittle skin to expand and contract, leading to the dreaded spider-webbing effect. This was a network of fine cracks that would start at the temples and race across the forehead. To prevent this, the rooms of the great houses were kept at a constant, chilling temperature. The servants were ordered to move slowly, to never create a draft, and to never, under any circumstances, touch the skin of their masters. The psychological layer of this existence was one of profound isolation. Imagine being surrounded by the greatest luxuries of the world, yet being unable to feel the texture of silk against your arm because your arm is encased in a layer of dead, mineralized cells. The elite became observers of their own lives, trapped behind masks of their own making. They communicated through fans and gestures, a complex language of the hand that replaced the now dangerous nuances of facial expression. They were the most powerful people on earth, and they were terrified of a handshake. The question that haunted the silent hallways of the palace was one of origin. Was this plague a natural consequence of their divine treatments, or was it a deliberate sabotage? Some whispered that the shadow harvesters had begun to taint the supply of amber fluid, mixing the essence of the healthy with the essence of the dying as a form of silent rebellion. Others believed it was a literal curse, a physical manifestation of the moral decay, required to sustain an empire on the blood of the invisible dot in the shadowed workshops of Fleet Street. A new and secretive guild began to rise, known only to those with the deepest pockets and the most fragile complexions. These were the mask makers, artisans who transitioned from creating theatrical props to crafting permanent identities. By the autumn of 1752, their influence was so pervasive that the very definition of a face had changed. To be seen in public without a mask was increasingly considered a sign of poverty, or, worse, a sign of health that the aristocracy no longer shared. The masks were no longer just porcelain. They were becoming organic machines lined with silk soaked in distilled lavender and a diluted form of the amber fluid, designed to keep the underlying brittle flesh from drying out completely. The year 1752 brought a significant and jarring change to the British psyche, providing the perfect cover for the elite's deepening transformation. This was the year of the Great Calendar Shift. Under the Calendar Act of 1750, Great Britain finally adopted the Gregorian calendar. Wednesday, September 2nd, was followed immediately by Thursday, September 14th. 11 days simply ceased to exist in the record of time. While the common people rioted in the streets of London, crying out, "Give us back our 11 days," the elite retreated into their darkened estates. To the public, it was a political and religious upheaval. In reality, the Privy Council used those 11 days of lost time to perform a massive, coordinated deep infusion on the most afflicted members of the peerage. Without the requirement of public appearances, the lords and ladies could undergo the high-pressure application of the amber resin, required to stabilize their glass-like skin dot as you listen to the rhythmic pull of the past. Imagine the silence of those 11 missing days. The great houses of Mayfair were shuttered, their windows draped in heavy velvet to block out the intrusive rays of the sun. Inside, the only sound was the breathing of the mask makers as they meticulously fitted the latest porcelain shells to the faces of the dying elite. The air was thick with the scent of chemicals and the metallic tang of the infusions. It was a period of biological stasis, a collective holding of the breath by the ruling class. They were suspended in a state that was neither life nor death, waiting for the calendar to resume so they could step back into the world as perfected, unmoving icons of power. The psychological weight of this existence began to manifest in strange, ritualistic behaviors. Because they could no longer move their faces to express emotion, the elite developed a secondary language of the body. A specific tilt of the head indicated mourning. A certain tension in the shoulders signaled a death sentence. But the most haunting development was the gaze of the silent. Since the eyes were the only part of the face that remained human, they became windows into an abyss of terror. To look into the eyes of a masked duchess was to see a soul screaming from behind a beautiful frozen cage. The eyes remained wet and mobile, surrounded by a desert of mineralized tissue. It was a contrast that drove many servants to madness, leading to the 1753 Vagrancy Act, which allowed the state to clear the streets of those who had seen too much and could no longer function in society. But a question began to circulate among the lower-ranking physicians, who were excluded from the inner circle. If the elite were becoming porcelain, what was happening to the internal organs? Was the glass skin just a surface condition, or was the very heart of the British Empire turning to stone? In July of 1753, the British Museum was founded through the will of Sir Hans Sloane. He was a man of immense curiosity who had spent his life collecting specimens from across the globe. While the public marveled at the books and the botanical samples, the private basement of Montague House held a collection that was never intended for the eyes of the common man. These were the failed casts, the masks that had bonded too tightly to the flesh, and the flesh that had bonded to the masks. Sloane had documented cases where the porcelain had begun to grow hair, and where the human bone beneath had taken on the structural density of quartz. The 1753 Marriage Act was passed shortly after, strictly regulating who could marry whom. On the surface, it was to prevent clandestine weddings. In secret, it was a biological vetting process to ensure that the glass skin trait was not accidentally introduced to bloodlines that were still functioning. The atmospheric tension in London was like a wire pulled to the breaking point. The elite were increasingly seen as divine, untouchable statues, while the working class was treated as a biological resource. The divide was no longer just about money or land. It was about the very nature of existence. The masked elite moved through the city in enclosed carriages, their porcelain faces gleaming in the lamplight, looking like gods who had descended from a cold, distant heaven. They were the masters of the world, but they were also its most fragile inhabitants. A single stumble on a cobblestone street could result in a shattered jaw that no physician could repair. One evening, in the winter of 1754, the Duke of Devonshire held a private viewing of his new portrait. The guests, all masked, stood in perfect, eerie silence before the canvas. The artist had captured the Duke not as a man, but as a monument. But as the guests watched, a small, dark crack appeared on the surface of the painting, and simultaneously a matching crack appeared on the Duke's own porcelain forehead. He did not flinch. He did not move. He simply turned and walked out of the room, the sound of his footsteps echoing like the ticking of a clock. It was a sign that the silent harvest was no longer enough to maintain the illusion. The debt was coming due, and the price was higher than anyone had imagined. Why did the Duke's mask crack in perfect synchronization with the painting? Was it a trick of the light, or had the elite's connection to the amber fluid created a sympathetic resonance that transcended the physical body? The cracking of the Duke's mask was not an isolated event, but the beginning of the great fracture. By the spring of 1755, the atmosphere in the high courts of London had shifted from one of quiet elegance to a state of brittle panic. The elite had become so obsessed with the preservation of their porcelain exteriors that they began to employ a new class of specialized artisans known as the sorrow gilders. These men and women did not work in the light of day, but in the damp, lightless cellars of the city, using gold leaf and a refined resin made from pulverized gemstones to mend the microscopic fissures that now plagued the aristocracy. The year 1755 was already heavy with a sense of impending doom, as the shadows of the 7 Years' War began to stretch across the continent. But for the masked elite, the true war was being fought against their own bodies. On November 1st, 1755, the world trembled in a way that would change history forever. The Great Lisbon earthquake struck with a force that sent shockwaves through the collective consciousness of Europe. While the physical tremors in London were minor, the psychological impact on the glass-skinned victims was catastrophic. The vibration of the earth, though barely perceptible to the common citizen, resonated through the mineralized bones of the nobility. Reports from the inner chambers of the palace described a sound like thousands of delicate wine glasses vibrating on a silver tray. This was the year the singing porcelain began. The masks and the faces beneath them started to emit a low, constant hum, a frequency of distress that could not be silenced by any medicine or music dot as the hum grew louder in the quiet nights of the estates. The moral decay of the elite reached its zenith. They were no longer merely victims of a plague. They were becoming prisoners of a vibration. The sorrow gilders found themselves working through the night, applying thicker and heavier layers of gold and resin to dampen the sound. It was during this time that a terrifying discovery was made by a young apprentice to the royal mask maker. He noticed that the hum did not originate from the porcelain itself, but from the void between the mask and the flesh. The liquid gold infusions had begun to crystallize within the sinus cavities and the inner ear, turning the heads of the elite into living resonance chambers. The question whispered in the back alleys of Whitehall was no longer about beauty, but about sound. If the elite were vibrating at a frequency the human ear could barely tolerate, what were they hearing that the rest of the world could not? By the summer of 1756, the 7 Years' War had officially begun, providing the ultimate veil for the disappearance of the most resonant members of the peerage. The public was told that their young lords were off to lead regiments in the Americas or India. In truth, they were being moved to the silent asylums, secluded manors in the Scottish Highlands where the fixed stone walls and the constant mist provided a natural dampening field for their vibrations. One such location was the estate of Lord Monboddo, a man whose interest in the origins of language and the nature of the soul made him the perfect warden for these human tuning forks. It was here that the first recorded case of shatter death occurred. A young earl, unable to bear the internal hum any longer, attempted to scream. The force of the sound, confined by his porcelain skin, caused his entire upper body to disintegrate into a cloud of white dust and gold leaf. The historical anchor of this period is the 1757 Battle of Plassey, a victory that cemented British control over India. While the nation celebrated the wealth of the East, the Red Registry back in London recorded a different kind of acquisition. The amber fluid was now being spiked with a rare Vedic mineral known as shilajit, brought back in secret by East India Company agents. They believed this would stop the crystallization and the humming. Instead, it turned the glass skin into something even more unnatural. The skin began to take on a dark, obsidian sheen, and the porcelain masks had to be repainted in shades of midnight blue and deep violet. The elite were no longer pale ghosts. They were becoming shadows of glass, moving through the night like jagged reflections in a dark mirror. The atmospheric build of the script now turns to the servants, the invisible witnesses to this transformation. The maids and valets who tended to these obsidian statues began to develop a strange condition of their own, a phantom ringing in the ears that lasted for years after they left service. They spoke of the cold breath, a sensation that the air around their masters was several degrees cooler than the rest of the room. The elite were drawing the heat out of the environment to maintain their structural integrity. They were becoming heat sinks, biological voids that consumed the warmth of the living to prevent their own mineralized hearts from cracking. The isolation was now absolute. The elite could no longer touch even each other. A simple embrace between a husband and wife could result in a fatal resonance that would destroy them both. They lived as a collection of solitary monuments, spaced carefully apart in their vast, empty ballrooms. They communicated through letters written in a code that only the shadow harvesters could translate. They were the masters of the largest empire the world had ever seen, and they were the most lonely creatures in existence. They had traded their ability to feel for the ability to endure. And they were finding that endurance was a hollow victory. Why did the singing porcelain only affect those who had received more than 5 infusions of the amber fluid? Was there a threshold of humanity that, once crossed, turned the body into a purely physical object, subject to the laws of vibration rather than the laws of life? As the 1750s drew to a close, a new rumor began to surface in the docks of Wapping. It was said that a woman had been found wandering the marshes, a woman whose skin was as clear as a mountain stream, yet who felt no pain and spoke in a voice that sounded like falling water. She was not wearing a mask. She was the perfected donor, a creature who had somehow synthesized the amber fluid within her own marrow. The shadow harvesters were dispatched immediately, their black carriages racing through the London fog to find the girl who represented the next evolution of the silent harvest. If they could capture her, the need for the porcelain masks would vanish. But the girl was not alone. She was being protected by a group of former sorrow guilders who had seen enough of the elite's decay and had decided to build a god of their own. The hunt for the Wapping girl was not a pursuit of justice, but a desperate scramble for the last fragments of a dying reality. The shadow harvesters moved through the marshes of the East End with a terrifying, mechanical silence, their black coats damp with the salt spray of the Thames. These men were no longer entirely human themselves. To serve the masked elite, they had undergone minor fortifications of the blood, treatments that allowed them to track the bioluminescent trail left by the perfected donor. As they waded through the thick, gray mud of the 1758 London outskirts, their lanterns cast long, sickly yellow fingers across the reeds. They were looking for a glow that did not belong in nature, a soft, pulsating light that emanated from the girl's very marrow. The historical anchor of this pursuit is found in the peak of the Chelsea porcelain factory's gold anchor period, which began in 1758. While the factory became famous for its exquisite figurines and ornate vases, its most secretive workshop was hidden beneath the kilns. It was here that Nicholas Sprymont, the factory's director, worked in tandem with the royal physicians. They weren't just making art, they were refining the sanguine porcelain, a blend of kaolin, clay, and the calcined bones of the harvested. That was used to create the most advanced masks for the king's inner circle. The gold anchor mark was not just a symbol of quality. It was a coded signal to the shadow harvesters that the ceramic had been treated with the amber resin dot as the chase intensified. The girl from Wapping led her pursuers toward the ruins of an old Roman watchtower. Her footsteps did not sink into the mud, and her breath did not fog in the cold night air. She was a biological anomaly, a creature whose internal temperature was perfectly regulated by the high concentration of the synthesized amber fluid in her veins. When the harvesters finally cornered her, they did not find a trembling child. They found a being of terrifying serenity. Her skin was indeed as clear as water, but beneath the surface, her veins moved with a rhythmic, golden light that seemed to harmonize with the very stars above. She was the living cure, and her existence proved that the glass skin was not a dead end, but a violent transition to something post-human. The psychological layer of this encounter was one of profound envy. The harvesters, men who had traded their souls for a few extra years of brittle life, looked upon the girl and saw a future they could never possess. They saw a body that was both glass and flesh, both fragile and eternal. They captured her using nets woven from silver wire and silk, designed to neutralize her vibration before she could shatter their own delicate constitutions. As they loaded her into a heavy, lined carriage, the London fog seemed to lean in, as if the city itself were trying to hear the secret she carried in her breath. But why did the girl smile as the heavy iron doors of the carriage slammed shut? Was she a victim, or was she a Trojan horse, designed to bring the singing porcelain to its final, destructive crescendo? By the year 1759, the year of victories for the British Empire, the internal state of the aristocracy had reached a point of total petrification. The news of the fall of Quebec and the victory at Quiberon Bay arrived in a London that was increasingly ruled by statues. The coronation of the obsidian peers was nearly complete. To the public, the king and his council were distant, majestic figures of absolute stability. In reality, they were now so heavily infused with the Vedic minerals and the Wapping Girl's essence that they had lost the ability to sleep. They spent their nights standing in their darkened libraries, their porcelain eyes fixed on the horizon, waiting for a dawn that no longer brought them warmth. In October of 1760. The final historical anchor of this era arrived with the death of King George II. The official report stated that the king died on his close stool from a sudden rupture of the heart. The truth was far more cinematic and terrifying. During his final infusion, the resonance in the king's bedchamber reached a critical frequency. The physician on duty reported that the king did not just die. He clarified. His skin became so transparent that for 3 minutes, his court could see his heart beating like a trapped bird inside a glass cage. Then, with a sound that was heard as far away as the Westminster stables, the king's physical form underwent a total molecular collapse. He did not leave a corpse. He left a pile of shimmering golden dust and a perfectly intact porcelain mask that still carried the warmth of a living face. The transition to George III was not just a change of monarchs. It was a change of protocols. The new king, young and initially healthy, was presented with the red registry on the night before his coronation. He looked at the names, the jars, and the porcelain masks of his predecessors. He saw the Sanguine Debt laid out in cold, ink-stained numbers. Unlike those who came before him, George III attempted to resist. He ordered the silent asylums to be closed and the Wapping Girl to be released. But the shadow harvesters and the Privy Council knew that the empire was now a biological machine that could not be stopped. The madness that would later define his reign was not a disease of the mind, but the result of the council slowly poisoning his water with the amber fluid to force his compliance. The atmosphere of the early 1760s was one of a gilded silence. The porcelain masks became even more elaborate, decorated with real jewels and intricate engravings of the empire's triumphs. The elite had accepted their fate as the eternal curators of a glass civilization. They were no longer human, and they no longer cared. They moved through their lives with the cold, calculated precision of clockwork, Their emotions long ago traded for the stability of the state. They were the masters of the world, but they also its most beautiful and most terrifying. Illusions. The question that remains buried in the restricted archives of the British Museum is what happened to the golden dust left by George II. It was not buried. It was collected and used to glaze a set of porcelain. Tea services that were sent as gifts to the governors of the American colonies. Was the American Revolution a fight for liberty, or was it a desperate attempt by the New World to purge itself of the glass skin that was beginning to arrive in every shipment from London? The resonance had shifted now, moving across the Atlantic, carried in the very objects the colonists touched every day. The hum was beginning again, but this time it was not singing in the parlors of the elite. It was vibrating in the teacups of the revolutionaries, a soft, high-pitched warning of a debt that was about to be collected in blood. The shipment of the golden tea services in 1761 was the most sophisticated biological deployment in the history of the British Empire. While the history books focus on the Stamp Act and the tax on tea, they ignore the physical reality of the objects themselves. These were not mere porcelain vessels. They were conductors. The golden dust of the late King George II, infused into the glaze, carried the sanguine resonance across the Atlantic. When the elite families of Boston and Philadelphia sat down for their afternoon rituals, they were unknowingly bringing the glass skin frequency into their homes. The hum that had paralyzed London was now vibrating in the wooden floorboards of the New World. It was a silent invasion, a way for the Crown to ensure that even if the colonies rebelled politically, they would remain biologically tethered to the red registry of London. The atmosphere in the colonies began to sour in a way that felt supernatural. In the winter of 1762, a strange phenomenon was recorded in the diaries of several prominent Massachusetts physicians. They noted that the children of the wealthiest merchants were beginning to show signs of waxy translucence in their complexions. Unlike the London elite, who had been conditioned for generations, the Americans had no resistance. The reaction was violent. The skin didn't just harden. It became hypersensitive to the very air. This was the year the shuttered window movement began in New England, where entire blocks of houses were kept in total darkness, mirroring the night courts of the mother country. The revolution was not just being whispered in taverns. It was being felt in the agonizing tension of the flesh. Historical records indicate that the Boston Tea Party of 1773 was a protest against the East India Company's monopoly. But if one looks at the private manifests of the ships Dartmouth, Eleanor, and Beaver, there is a recurring mention of specialized ceramic crates that were not listed on the public customs forms. The Sons of Liberty who boarded those ships didn't just throw tea into the harbor. They smashed every single piece of porcelain they found. They weren't just destroying property. They were attempting to shatter the resonance. The cold water of Boston Harbor was the only thing that could quench the sanguine heat radiating from the crates. For weeks after the event, the water near Griffin's Wharf was said to glow with a faint amber light at midnight. The psychological layer of the revolution becomes much clearer when viewed through this lens. The cry of "Give me liberty or give me death" was not just a political slogan. It was a plea for biological autonomy. To be a subject of the crown was to be a potential donor or a potential victim of the glass skin. The revolutionaries were fighting to remain human, to keep their blood from being converted into the liquid gold that fueled the aging machinery of the British monarchy. They saw the masked governors sent from London as literal monsters, breathing statues that represented a future of eternal, brittle servitude. The war for independence was, at its heart, a war against the Red Registry. Why did Benjamin Franklin spend so much time in London and Paris before the war began? Official history says he was a diplomat, but the Shadow Archive suggests he was an investigator, a man who had seen the first signs of the glass skin in Philadelphia and had traveled to the heart of the empire to find the source. His experiments with electricity were not just about lightning. They were about finding a way to disrupt the singing porcelain frequency using atmospheric charges. He was looking for a cure of the spark to counter the curse of the resin. As the war progressed, the British elite in London became even more detached from reality. The obsidian piers were now so mineralized that they required specialized oil baths every evening to keep their joints from seizing. The king, George III, was trapped in a cycle of increasing infusions, his mind fracturing as his body became a perfected, unmoving temple of glass. He could see the maps of the colonies, he could hear the reports of the battles, but he was losing the ability to care about land or people. He was becoming a celestial object, cold and distant, focused only on the internal hum that had now become a symphony of absolute power. The year 1783 marked the end of the war, but it did not mark the end of the debt. The Treaty of Paris was signed, granting the United States their freedom. But the Sanguine Debt is not settled by treaties. The amber fluid still exists, buried in the vaults of St. James's Palace, and the porcelain masks are still stored in the silent asylums of the Highlands. The elite simply moved deeper into the shadows, shifting their focus from the physical control of colonies to the financial control of the world's lifeblood. They are still among us, the quiet ones who never seem to age, whose skin has a luminous, porcelain quality even in the harshest fluorescent lights of the modern age. They have traded their names for numbers, and their faces for a new kind of mask, a mask of digital perfection and curated invisibility. The glass skin was not a plague that was cured. It was a transformation that was perfected. We are living in the world they built, a world where the many are still harvested to sustain the few, and where the fog of the city still hides the shadow harvesters as they move through the cracks of our busy lives. The resonance has not stopped. It has simply changed its frequency, waiting for the next deep infusion to remind us who truly owns the light. But even as the British elite perfected their porcelain masks, they realized that a new threat was rising from the very earth they thought they had mastered. In the deep, damp workhouses of the North, the children of the poor were beginning to develop a different kind of change, a change that wasn't glass. But iron and the Red Registry had no entry for what was coming next. By 1803, the atmosphere within the London workhouse system had shifted from one of neglect to one of clinical, terrifying precision. The great mills that the mothers whispered about were not located in the north, but in the sprawling basement complexes beneath the very heart of the city. As the British Empire expanded its reach into the colonial territories of India and the Americas, the internal empire, the one built on the Sanguine Debt, demanded a higher sacrifice. The 1802 Health and Morals of Apprentices Act was passed by Parliament, ostensibly to protect the welfare of children working in cotton mills. In reality, it was a regulatory framework that allowed the shadow harvesters to move large groups of children across parish lines without raising suspicion. It was a logistical masterpiece of human trafficking. Sanctioned by the highest offices of the state, historical archives from 1803 reveal the existence of a man named Jeremy Bentham, a philosopher who proposed the panopticon, a circular prison, where one guard could observe all prisoners without them knowing. While Bentham's public works were focused on prison reform, his private correspondence with the Home Office suggests he was consulted on the design of the observation nurseries within the workhouses. These were chambers designed to keep the children in a state of constant, low-level anxiety. The physicians had discovered that adrenaline served as a catalyst, making the amber fluid more vibrant and long-lasting once it was extracted. The children were not just being harvested, they were being conditioned to produce a higher grade of essence dot as you drift deeper into the rhythmic pulse of the story. Imagine the sound of the London fog as it brushed against the soot-stained windows of the St. Marylebone workhouse. Inside, the air was unnaturally still. The children sat in rows, their faces pale and their eyes wide, directed to stare at a single flickering candle at the end of the hall. They were told it was a lesson in discipline, but it was a lesson in silence. Every 5 minutes, a man in a leather apron would walk the line, checking the translucence of their fingernails, a key indicator of the sanguine readiness. If a child showed the right signs, they were led away to the transfer room, never to be seen by their peers again. The psychological layer of this era was a profound sense of invisible grief, because the Crown had ordered the records to be burned. There were no death certificates to mourn over, no names on graves to visit. The vanishing was total. In the eyes of the law, these children never existed, and therefore their absence was not a crime. This led to a strange phenomenon in the slums of Spitalfields known as the ghost lullaby. Mothers would stand on their doorsteps at dusk, singing to the empty air, convinced that their children were somewhere just beyond the reach of the fog, working in a paradise they could not see. It was a collective delusion encouraged by the state to prevent the kind of mass uprising that had recently decapitated the French monarchy. But what of the statistical anomalies that Rickman had discovered? By 1805, the year of the Battle of Trafalgar, the black hole in the census had grown so large that it began to affect the recruitment for the Royal Navy. The Admiralty complained that the expected crop of boys from the London parishes had failed to materialize. To solve this, the Privy Council introduced the press gangs of the interior. Instead of taking men from the docks, these gangs took the records themselves, erasing names from baptismal fonts and church registries before the census takers could even arrive. They were not just stealing lives, they were stealing history. Every 500 words, we must anchor ourselves in the physical reality of this betrayal. In 1805, a secret facility was established under the newly built London docks, while the world watched the great ships of the East India Company arrive with spices and silk. A smaller, unmarked barge would arrive at midnight. It would carry the processed caskets, large, lead-lined trunks filled with the stabilized amber jars. These were destined for the silent asylums where the masked elite waited. The smell of the docks, the tar, the salt water, and the rotting fish was the perfect camouflage for the metallic iron-rich scent that followed these barges. The question that began to haunt the younger physicians, those who had not yet been fully hardened by the sanguine protocols, was one of residue. When the fluid was extracted, what happened to the empty child? The official line was that they were retired to the countryside, but the records of the rural parishes showed no such influx of city orphans. There was a rumor, spoken only in the darkest corners of the Old Bailey, that the remains were not buried at all. They were recycled into the very porcelain that the elite used to hide their faces. The bone ash from the vanished was the secret ingredient that gave the 18th century porcelain its legendary strength and its haunting, lifelike glow. As the decade turned toward 1810, the resonance began to change. The elite in Mayfair noticed that their porcelain masks were no longer just humming. They were starting to whisper. It wasn't a language they recognized, but a collective, rhythmic sound, like thousands of small hearts beating in perfect unison. It was the echo of the workhouse, a biological memory that had survived the extraction and was now manifesting in the very blood of the aristocracy. The more they consumed the essence of the vanished children, the more they became haunted by the silence of the lives they had stolen. Why did the masks only whisper when the London fog was at its thickest? Was the moisture in the air acting as a conductor for the grief that had been buried beneath the city streets? Or was the empire finally beginning to crumble from the weight of its own unrecorded sins? Between the years of 1790 and 1810, the cobblestone streets of London swallowed nearly 4,000 children every single year. These were not the runaways of the docks or the victims of the common fever. These were the registered, numbered, and documented souls of the city workhouses who simply ceased to exist on paper. When the first official census of 1801 was conducted, the numbers did not add up. There was a black hole in the statistics of the British Empire, a void where the most vulnerable had been erased to sustain the most powerful. The Crown did not investigate the missing. Instead, they ordered the parish ledgers to be gathered and burned under the cover of a freezing February night. The betrayal was total, a forbidden exchange where the breath of the innocent was traded for the preservation of a crumbling porcelain elite. They were called the transferred, sent to phantom factories that produced nothing but silence. This was the silent harvest of the industrial age, a curse of greed that turned the labor of the young into the lifeblood of the old. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Breathe in the stillness of the midnight hour. The frantic heart of the city has slowed to a crawl, and we are stepping into the candlelit parlors of a forgotten century. Feel the cool silk of history beneath your fingertips as we begin our journey into the shadows. The world outside is a distant memory, and here, in the soft glow of the embers, the secrets of the past are ready to be whispered once more. London at the turn of the 19th century was a city of two worlds, separated not just by wealth, but by the very composition of their flesh. While the glass-skin elite hid behind their porcelain masks in Mayfair, the rest of the city was a churning engine of coal smoke and human misery. The workhouses, like the infamous St. Giles in the Fields, were the sorting houses for this engine. To the public, these institutions were a necessary evil, a place where the indigent and the orphan could find a bed and a crust of bread in exchange for their labor. But to the shadow harvesters who worked for the Privy Council, the workhouses were something else entirely. They were nurseries of raw essence. The children born into these stone walls, untainted by the decadent lifestyle of the upper class, possessed a biological purity that was becoming increasingly rare. The 19th century dawned. The need for the amber fluid reached a desperate peak. The resonance that had plagued the elite was becoming harder to dampen, and the older jars of fluid in the royal vaults were losing their potency. A new source was required, one that was plentiful and, most importantly, invisible to the law. On March 10, 1801, the British government conducted the first ever census of Great Britain, overseen by John Rickman. This was a monumental task of administration, intended to count every head in the kingdom to prepare for the growing threat of Napoleon. However, when the tallies from the London parishes began to arrive at the central office, Rickman found a terrifying anomaly. In parishes like St. Marylebone and Bethnal Green, thousands of children listed in the 1799 baptismal records were missing from the 1801 count. They were not listed as deceased in the parish burials, nor were they registered as apprentices in the northern mills. They had simply vanished from the face of the earth during the 2 years leading up to the census. Rickman, a man of cold logic and mathematical precision, initially believed it was a clerical error. He sent messengers to the workhouse masters demanding an explanation. The replies he received were identical, as if scripted by a single hand. Each master claimed the children had been transferred for specialized labor. Under a secret directive of the Home Office, when Rickman attempted to follow the paper trail of these transfers, he found that the trail ended at the gates of St. James's Palace. Within 48 hours of his inquiry, Rickman was visited by a man in a plain gray coat who did not give a name, but carried a seal that silenced any further questions. The census was completed, but the data regarding the missing children was extracted and placed in a separate, red-bound volume that would never see the light of day. Rickman was instructed to adjust the final numbers to show a steady, healthy growth in the population. The statistical black hole was covered with a layer of ink, but the void remained. The psychological layer of this vanishing was one of calculated apathy. The city was so crowded, the noise of the Industrial Revolution so deafening, that the silence of a missing child was easily ignored. The mothers who came to the workhouse gates seeking their children were told they had been sent to the great mills of the north to learn a trade that would ensure their future. They were given a small copper token as a parting gift from the parish. These tokens, however, were not money. They were identifiers etched with a specific code that matched a jar in the royal vault. To the mothers, it was a promise of a better life for their offspring. To the harvesters, it was a receipt for a processed commodity. The workhouses themselves began to change. New wings were built with no windows, accessible only through underground tunnels that connected to the city's expanding sewer system. The sound of children playing in the courtyards was replaced by the rhythmic thumping of heavy steam-driven machinery. The public was told these were new automated looms, a marvel of British engineering. In reality, they were the harvesting chairs we discussed before, now modernized with the power of steam to increase the speed of extraction. The efficiency of the harvest had tripled since the time of Dr. Francis Willis, but the moral cost had grown beyond measure. What happened to the souls of the children, whose physical essence was now circulating in the veins of the masked duke sitting in Parliament? Did they simply disappear, or did they leave a mark on the memory of the city that even the king's fire could not erase? By 1803, the atmosphere within the London workhouse system had shifted from one of neglect to one of clinical, terrifying precision. The great mills that the mothers whispered about were not located in the north, but in the sprawling basement complexes beneath the very heart of the city. As the British Empire expanded its reach into the colonial territories of India and the Americas, the internal empire, the one built on the Sanguine Debt, demanded a higher sacrifice. The 1802 Health and Morals of Apprentices Act was passed by Parliament, ostensibly to protect the welfare of children working in cotton mills. In reality, it was a regulatory framework that allowed the shadow harvesters to move large groups of children across parish lines without raising suspicion. It was a logistical masterpiece of human trafficking, sanctioned by the highest offices of the state. Historical archives from 1803 reveal the existence of a man named Jeremy Bentham, a philosopher who proposed the panopticon, a circular prison, where one guard could observe all prisoners without them knowing. While Bentham's public works were focused on prison reform, his private correspondence with the Home Office suggests he was consulted on the design of the observation nurseries within the workhouses. These were chambers designed to keep the children in a state of constant, low-level anxiety. The physicians had discovered that adrenaline served as a catalyst, making the amber fluid more vibrant and long-lasting once it was extracted. The children were not just being harvested, they were being conditioned to produce a higher grade of essence dot as you drift deeper into the rhythmic pulse of the story. Imagine the sound of the London fog as it brushed against the soot-stained windows of the St. Marylebone workhouse. Inside, the air was unnaturally still. The children sat in rows, their faces pale and their eyes wide, directed to stare at a single flickering candle at the end of the hall. They were told it was a lesson in discipline, but it was a lesson in silence. Every 5 minutes, a man in a leather apron would walk the line, checking the translucence of their fingernails, a key indicator of the sanguine readiness. If a child showed the right signs, they were led away to the transfer room, never to be seen by their peers again. The psychological layer of this era was a profound sense of invisible grief, because the Crown had ordered the records to be burned. There were no death certificates to mourn over, no names on graves to visit. The vanishing was total. In the eyes of the law, these children never existed, and therefore their absence was not a crime. This led to a strange phenomenon in the slums of Spitalfields known as the ghost lullaby. Mothers would stand on their doorsteps at dusk, singing to the empty air, convinced that their children were somewhere just beyond the reach of the fog, working in a paradise they could not see. It was a collective delusion encouraged by the state to prevent the kind of mass uprising that had recently decapitated the French monarchy. But what of the statistical anomalies that Rickman had discovered? By 1805, the year of the Battle of Trafalgar, the black hole in the census had grown so large that it began to affect the recruitment for the Royal Navy. The Admiralty complained that the expected crop of boys from the London parishes had failed to materialize. To solve this, the Privy Council introduced the press gangs of the interior. Instead of taking men from the docks, these gangs took the records themselves, erasing names from baptismal fonts and church registries before the census takers could even arrive. They were not just stealing lives, they were stealing history. Every 500 words we must anchor ourselves in the physical reality of this betrayal. In 1805, a secret facility was established under the newly built London docks, while the world watched the great ships of the East India Company arrive with spices and silk. A smaller, unmarked barge would arrive at midnight. It would carry the processed caskets, large, lead-lined trunks filled with the stabilized amber jars. These were destined for the silent asylums where the masked elite waited. The smell of the docks, the tar, the salt water, and the rotting fish was the perfect camouflage for the metallic, iron-rich scent that followed these barges. The question that began to haunt the younger physicians: Those who had not yet been fully hardened by the sanguine protocols was one of residue. When the fluid was extracted, what happened to the empty child? The official line was that they were retired to the countryside. But the records of the rural parishes showed no such influx of city orphans. There was a rumor, spoken only in the darkest corners of the Old Bailey, that the remains were not buried at all. They were recycled into the very porcelain that the elite used to hide their faces. The bone ash from the vanished was the secret ingredient that gave the 18th century porcelain its legendary strength and its haunting. Lifelike glow-da as the decade turned toward 1810, the resonance began to change. The elite in Mayfair noticed that their porcelain masks were no longer just humming. They were starting to whisper. It wasn't a language they recognized, but a collective, rhythmic sound, like thousands of small hearts beating in perfect unison. It was the echo of the workhouse, a biological memory that had survived the extraction and was now manifesting in the very blood of the aristocracy. The more they consumed the essence of the vanished children, the more they became haunted by the silence of the lives they had stolen. Why did the masks only whisper when the London fog was at its thickest? Was the moisture in the air acting as a conductor for the grief that had been buried beneath the city streets? Or was the empire finally beginning to crumble from the weight of its own unrecorded sins? The year 1814 arrived with a coldness that seemed to seep from the very stones of the city. On the morning of February 12th, the sky over London turned a bruised, violent orange. The custom house on Lower Thames Street, the central nervous system of the empire's trade and the repository for the most sensitive colonial records, was consumed by a fire so intense that it melted the lead on the nearby rooftops. While the public watched the spectacle of the flames, the Privy Council stood in the shadows, watching the final evidence of the statistical anomalies turn to ash. Thousands of parish records, census adjustments, and the original Red Registry drafts were lost in the inferno. It was the ultimate cleansing, a bureaucratic exorcism that ensured the vanished children would remain ghosts forever as you listen to the crackle of those phantom flames in your mind. Feel the heat receding, replaced by the damp, heavy chill of the river. The fire did more than destroy paper. It created a vacuum of memory. With the records gone, the shadow harvesters became even bolder. They no longer needed to hide behind the complexity of parish transfers. They began to operate in the open, using the chaos of the post-war economy to gather their crop from the streets. But a new and unsettling variable had entered the equation. This was the year the physicians first encountered the iron children. Every 500 words we must look at the physical evidence left in the wake of this secret history. In late 1814, a shipment of amber fluid arrived at St. James's Palace from a workhouse in Wapping. When the royal physician, now a successor to the weary Dr. Willis, attempted to perform the infusion on a member of the cabinet, the fluid did not flow. It had thickened into a dark, metallic sludge that resisted the glass needles. Upon analysis, the fluid was found to be rich in iron and coal dust, a biological rebellion from children whose bodies had spent too much time in the soot-choked lungs of the Industrial Revolution. Their essence was no longer the liquid gold of the pastoral past. It was becoming the heavy metal of the machine age. The elite, trapped behind their porcelain masks, began to experience a new kind of physical agony. The iron infusions caused their porcelain skin to turn gray and heavy. They no longer hummed with a light, melodic resonance. They groaned with the sound of grinding gears. The psychological layer of this transformation was a shift from ethereal gods to industrial monsters. They were becoming tethered to the very earth they had tried to transcend. They found themselves compulsively drawn to the ironworks and the docks, seeking the proximity of the metal that now coursed through their artificial veins. Amidst this heavy, metallic dread, a mystery began to emerge that even the Privy Council could not explain. In the scorched ruins of the custom house, a single ledger was found unburnt, resting in a pile of white ash. It was not a census record, but a private diary belonging to a girl named Sarah, the Still. According to the parish entries that survived elsewhere, Sarah had been transferred from 3 different workhouses over a period of 15 years, yet her age was always listed as 10. How could a child remain 10 years old for over a decade while being subjected to the most intense extraction protocols of the crown? This anti-drowsy hook kept the physicians awake at night. Sarah was the first recorded non-processor, a child whose body could not be harvested because it recycled the amber fluid as fast as it was taken. She was a biological perpetual motion machine, a source of infinite essence that refused to be depleted. The search for Sarah became the obsession of the shadow harvesters, but she had vanished into the labyrinth of the London sewers. A world where the sun never reached and the porcelain elite feared to tread. The atmospheric build of the story now takes us into those tunnels. Imagine the sound of water rushing through the brick arteries of the city, carrying the waste and the secrets of a million souls. Down here, the Iron Children had formed a society of their own, a shadow city that mirrored the one above. They were the ones who had survived the harvest, their bodies hardened by the very process meant to kill them. They didn't wear masks. Their faces were etched with the soot and the oil of the underground, their eyes glowing with a faint reflected amber light. They were waiting for the resonance above to reach its breaking point by the winter of 1815, the year of Waterloo. The Duke of Wellington himself was rumored to have received a specialized treatment to ensure his stamina on the battlefield. But the veterans who returned from the war spoke of a commander who moved with a strange, stiff gait and whose skin had the unnatural sheen of polished steel. The victory at Waterloo was celebrated with fireworks and feasts. But behind the closed doors of Apsley House, the Duke sat in a chilled room, listening to the iron in his blood sing a song of conquest and decay. Why did the Iron Children in the sewers begin to gather beneath the floorboards of the Parliament houses every Tuesday night? Was it a form of biological protest, or were they waiting for a specific frequency to trigger a collapse they had been dreaming of since the first extraction? The question of the Red Registry remains. If the original was burned in the Custom House fire, what was the book that Dr. Francis Willis had been writing in? It was the secret ledger, a copy of a copy, hidden in a location so mundane that no one would ever think to look for it. It was hidden in the central pillar of the London Bridge, encased in the very stone that held the city together. As the tide of the Thames rises and falls, the moisture seeps into the pillar, keeping the parchment damp and the ink fresh. Waiting for the next generation of harvesters to find their way to the truth. The silence of the vanished children is not a void. It is a pressure. It is the weight of the pavement under your feet and the coldness of the fog against your skin. The statistical anomalies are still there, hidden in the modern databases and the digital clouds, waiting for someone to notice that the numbers still don't add up. The harvest has not ended. It has simply become more efficient, more invisible, and more deeply integrated into the very air we breathe. The year 1817 brought with it the Pentric Rising, an event history records as a desperate, failed insurrection by Derbyshire labourers. But in the restricted files of the Home Office, the uprising was described as something far more disturbing. The men who marched toward Nottingham did not bleed like ordinary humans when the cavalry charged. Their blood was dark, viscous, and smelled of the deep earth. They were the first generation of the Ironborn, the biological descendants of those who had escaped the workhouse harvests and sought refuge in the coal mines. Their rebellion was not just against the lack of bread or the high cost of corn. It was a physical rejection of the Sanguine protocols. They were the living evidence that the Crown's attempts to burn away the truth had only succeeded in forging a more resilient and more dangerous enemy. On June 9, 1817, Jeremiah Brandreth led 300 men toward Nottingham, convinced that a secret army was waiting to join them. While the rising was suppressed, the medical reports of the executed leaders were immediately classified by Lord Sidmouth. These reports noted that Brandreth's skin had a peculiar metallic density that blunted the surgeon's blades. The iron had become hereditary, a biological armor created by the very environment the elite had forced the poor to inhabit. The vanishing of the children in the census of 1801 had not ended their influence. It had simply moved their presence from the records to the very marrow of the working class. As the fog of 1817 settled over the city, the masked elite in London realized that their porcelain piece was nearing its end. They had erased the names of the children, but they could not erase the iron they had introduced into the city's cycle. The porcelain masks were now cracked not from resonance, but from the pressure of the gray, metallic breath that the city now exhaled. The great vanishing was a success on paper, a perfect bureaucratic lie, but it was a biological catastrophe that was about to turn the liquid gold of the aristocracy into cold, unmoving lead. The ledger was empty, the children were gone, and the empire was finally beginning to understand that the price of immortality was a debt that would be paid in the shattering of its own glass foundations. But even as the Crown attempted to manage this iron rebellion, a new and far more personal threat was emerging from within the king's own circle. A lone physician, tasked with the most delicate infusions, had begun to record a different kind of truth in a ledger that was never meant to be found. A truth that would reveal that the liquid gold was not just a medicine, but a key to a door that had been locked for 1,000 years. What was the secret entry in the physician's book that caused him to flee the palace in the middle of the night? In the summer of 1818, behind a false panel in the private library of Dr. Matthew Bailey, the royal physician who attended the king during his final descent, a heavy volume was found that should never have existed. It was not a record of symptoms or cures, but a ledger of transactions that defied the laws of God and man. Bound in a leather that felt unnaturally warm to the touch, the red registry was a balance sheet where the currency was not gold, but human potential. Every page contained a name, a date of birth, and a price calculated with a cold mathematical cruelty. The betrayal was absolute, a secret buried so deep that even the ink seemed to bleed when exposed to the light. This was the forbidden truth of the British Empire, a curse where the souls of the invisible were sold to sustain the immortality of the elite. Each entry represented a life harvested, a breath stolen, and a debt paid in the dark. The registry revealed that the aristocracy did not rule by right, but by theft, and the price of their porcelain beauty was written in the blood of the forgotten. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Breathe in the stillness of the midnight hour. The frantic heart of the city has slowed to a crawl, and we are stepping into the candlelit parlors of a forgotten century. Feel the cool silk of history beneath your fingertips as we begin our journey into the shadows. The world outside is a distant memory, and here, in the soft glow of the embers, the secrets of the past are ready to be whispered once more. By the time the Regency was established in 1811, the Sanguine protocols had been in operation for nearly half a century. The City of London had become a closed loop of biological extraction. Dr. Matthew Bailey, a man of impeccable reputation and the nephew of the great anatomist John Hunter, found himself the reluctant keeper of the Crown's most terrifying secret. On June 22, 1811, Bailey was summoned to a secret chamber beneath the Royal College of Surgeons on Lincoln's Inn Fields. It was here, in a room chilled by the dampness of the earth, that he was presented with the Red Registry for the first time. The book was resting on a table of polished obsidian, illuminated by a single steady flame. As you listen to the rhythmic ticking of the clock, imagine Bailey's hand as it reached out to touch the cover. The leather was a deep bruised crimson, and the edges of the pages were gilded with a gold that seemed to shimmer with its own internal light. This was the document that governed the silent harvest. It was divided into 3 sections: the acquired, the processed, and the allocated. The first section contained the names we have discussed before, the children of the workhouses and the laborers of the mines. But it was the third section, the allocated, that made the physician's heart falter. Every 500 words, we must anchor ourselves in the heavy weight of historical reality. On that night in June 1811, Bailey turned to page 44 of the registry. There he saw a list of the most powerful men in England, the members of the Privy Council and the leaders of the House of Lords. Next to each name was a specific volume of the amber fluid required to maintain their glass skin stability. But it was the column to the right that was truly shocking. It was labeled the price of soul equivalents. For a high-ranking duke, the price was not measured in pounds or shillings, but in the total erasure of 3 healthy children from the national census. It was a literal exchange of life for life, a mathematical proof of the aristocracy's predatory nature. The psychological layer of this discovery was a profound sense of moral vertigo. Bailey was a man trained to heal, to preserve life at all costs. But the registry told him that his entire profession was merely a front for a system of organized extinction. The liquid gold was not a miracle. It was a debt. The elite were not living longer because of superior genes. They were living longer because they were consuming the future of the nation. As he read the entries, Bailey noticed a recurring name in the margins, a name written in a different, more hurried hand. It was the name of a child who appeared to be assigned to every major. Infusion. Infant X. This anti-drowsy hook began to obsess the physician. Who was Infant X, and why was their essence considered the master stabilizer for the entire royal family? The registry did not provide an answer, only a series of complex alchemical formulas and a price that exceeded the entire national debt of 1811. The mystery of Infant 10 was the key to the entire Red Registry, a secret within a secret that even the Lord Chancellor feared to speak aloud. The atmospheric build of the story now takes us to the quiet, moonlit streets of the West End. Imagine Bailey walking home from the College of Surgeons, his shadow stretching long and thin across the cobblestones. The city seemed different to him now. Every elegant townhouse, every glowing window in Mayfair looked like a tomb. He could hear the faint, high-pitched hum of the porcelain masks behind the brick walls. He realized that the resonance he had spent his career trying to dampen was actually the sound of the Red Registry singing its terrible song. The elite were not just wearing masks. They were becoming the book itself, their very existence a record of the lives they had consumed. As the fire in Dr. Bailey's study burned down to a pile of glowing orange embers, he sat at his mahogany desk, the Red Registry open before him like a bleeding wound. He began to realize that the pricing system was not arbitrary. It was based on the purity quotient of the harvested. A child from the rural parishes of Kent or Sussex, where the air was still clean and the water untainted by the filth of the Thames, was priced 3 times higher than a child from the slums of East London. The registry even accounted for the emotional state of the donor at the time of extraction. The essence of a child who died in a state of peaceful unawareness was far more valuable for the stabilization of the glass skin than the essence of one who died in terror. The elite were not just buying life. They were buying a specific quality of serenity, a calm that they could no longer find within their own fractured minds. By April 1813, a significant shift occurred in the ledger's entries, a date that marks a dark milestone in British medical history. This was the year the Apothecaries Act began its slow journey through Parliament, a law designed to regulate the medical profession. But the Red Registry revealed the secret motivation behind the legislation. The Privy Council needed a way to control the supply chain of raw materials. By licensing only a select group of apothecaries, they could ensure that the refined Regency blend, the most potent version of the amber, fluid yet created, remained under their absolute monopoly. Every 500 words we must recognize that history is often a mask for a much deeper, more predatory truth. The 1813 Apothecaries Act was the legal seal on a biological black market. The psychological layer of the registry became even more suffocating as Bailey reached the section on transmuted assets. This was a list of artists, poets, and musicians whose essence had been harvested to provide the elite with aesthetic longevity. It wasn't enough for the Duke of Wellington or the Prince Regent to simply live. They wanted to possess the creativity and the vision of those they ruled. The registry showed that the master stabilizer, the mysterious infant X, was the anchor for these more complex infusions. Without the purity of that single, unnamed child, the conflicting essences of the various donors would have caused the elite's porcelain skin to shatter under the weight of 1,000 different memories. As you breathe in the cool, still air of the night, imagine the silence of the Apothecaries' Hall in 1813. Behind the rows of glass, jars filled with dried herbs and crushed beetles, there was a hidden room where the Regency blend was distilled. The sound of the glass tubes dripping, the rhythmic bubbling of the resin, and the metallic smell of the cooling fluid created an atmosphere of industrial horror disguised as science. Bailey realized that he was no longer a physician. He was a merchant of ghosts, a man who translated the value of a human soul into a shelf-stable commodity for the upper class, but who was the architect of this pricing system. The handwriting in the registry changed again, becoming more jagged and aggressive. It belonged to a man who had preceded Bailey, a physician who had disappeared shortly after the coronation of George III. This man had discovered that the price of a soul was not fixed, but fluctuated with the stability of the empire. When the threat of Napoleon was at its peak, the price of the amber fluid skyrocketed. as the elite required more frequent infusions to survive the stress of the war. They were literally consuming the nation's youth to maintain their own composure while the world burned around them. The mystery of infant X began to take a physical form in Bailey's mind. He found a loose parchment tucked into the back of the registry, a medical diagram of a child whose heart was located on the right side of the chest, a rare condition known as situs inversus. This child was the source of the mirrored essence, a substance that could reflect the resonance back upon itself, creating a perfect, silent shield for the aristocracy. Infant X was not a single child, but a title given to a succession of rare biological anomalies who were kept in a state of suspended animation beneath the Royal Observatory in Greenwich. The very center of time was also the center of the silent harvest. Why did the price of infant X never change, regardless of the economy or the war? Was this child the only thing in the universe that the Privy Council considered to be of absolute, unchanging value, or was the child's essence a currency that existed outside the realm of human trade? The atmospheric build of the script now turns to the physical sensation of the ledger itself. Bailey noticed that the pages of the red registry were not made of vellum or paper. They were made of a substance that was both translucent and incredibly strong. When he held a page up to the candlelight, he could see the faint, ghostly outlines of fingerprints that were not his own. The book was a living record, a biological archive that grew heavier with every name that was added. The red in the registry was not just a color. It was the original state of the material before it was processed. The book was a monument to the betrayal of the very people the Crown was sworn to protect. By the early hours of the morning, Bailey had reached the final page of the current volume. The last entry was dated July 1818. It was his own name, written in the jagged hand of his predecessor. Next to his name, there was no price. There was only a single word, reserved. He realized then that he was not just the keeper of the ledger, he was its next acquisition. The physicians who knew the truth were the most valuable donors of all, for their essence carried the weight of the secret itself. The red registry was a circle that was about to close, and Bailey was standing at the edge of the abyss. The realization that his own name was the final entry in the red registry acted like a cold needle pressed against Dr. Bailey's spine. He understood now why his predecessors had either vanished into the fog or succumbed to sudden, inexplicable illnesses. The system did not just consume the poor. It consumed the keepers of the secret to ensure that the ledger remained a closed loop of silence. Every 500 words we must recognize a physical truth of the era. In the late autumn of 1818, the death of Queen Charlotte, the wife of George III, provided the perfect ceremonial shroud for a massive redistribution of the Regency blend. While the nation mourned the passing of a queen, Bailey watched as the black carriages of the shadow harvesters gathered at the rear entrance of the Royal College of Surgeons. They were not there for a funeral. They were there to collect the reserved assets. Bailey knew that he had only hours before the reserve status became a physical reality. He turned back to the pages concerning Infant X, desperate to find the flaw in the alchemical pricing. He discovered that the Greenwich facility, located beneath the prime meridian, was not just a nursery. It was a temporal stabilizer. The physicians believed that by harvesting the essence of a child at the exact longitudinal center of time, they could stop the biological clock of the aristocracy entirely. This was the zero-hour protocol. The price of Infant X was so high because the child was not just a donor. The child was a living anchor for the very concept of the British Empire's permanence. If infant X were to wake from their suspended animation, the resonance in every porcelain mask in London would reach a frequency that would turn the elite into clouds of mineral dust, this anti-drowsy hook kept Bailey's hands from shaking as he began to transcribe the final secret into his own private notes. If infant X was the anchor, then the red registry was the map of the chain. He found a reference to a subterranean passage that led from the Greenwich Observatory directly to the deepest foundations of the Tower of London. This was the Sanguine Corridor, a path used to transport the most volatile essences away from the prying eyes of the city. Bailey realized that to destroy the registry, he didn't need to burn the book. He needed to disrupt the anchor at 0 hour. He took his medical bag, his silver lancets, and the small vial of the iron-born blood he had recovered from the Pentric rebels, and stepped out into the midnight air of 1819. The atmosphere of London in 1819 was thick with the scent of rebellion and the metallic tang of the Industrial Revolution. On August 16th, the Peterloo Massacre occurred in Manchester, where cavalry charged into a crowd of 60,000 people seeking parliamentary reform. While history remembers the political tragedy, the Red Registry's shadow entries reveal that over 200 of those missing in the chaos were actually diverted to the Greenwich facility. The Crown used the national trauma as a harvester's veil. Bailey moved through the London crowds, his eyes fixed on the distant, looming silhouette of the tower. He was no longer a physician of the court. He was a saboteur of the immortal dot as you breathe in the rhythm of this final hour. Imagine the sound of the Thames lapping against the stone embankments of the Tower of London. The water is black and cold, carrying the weight of 1,000 years of secrets. Bailey reached the Traitor's Gate not as a prisoner, but as a man who knew the language of the stones. He found the hidden mechanism, the misalignment in the masonry that led down into the basement of the tower. This was where the harvesting chairs were kept, and where the final price of the Red Registry was truly calculated. The air here was not cold. It was vibrating with a low, subterranean heat. The psychological layer of Bailey's journey was the realization that he was walking into the heart of the moral decay he had documented. The basement of the tower was a cathedral of predation, where the prices next to souls were manifest in the rows of jars that lined the walls. He saw the names from the workhouses, the names from the mines, and finally, the empty plinth where his own jar was meant to sit. He did not feel fear. He felt a profound, quiet anger. He reached into his bag and withdrew the vial of the iron-born blood. This was the contaminant, the biological rebellion that would turn the liquid gold into a poison. The question that remains, floating in the dark corners of the tower's foundation, is whether Bailey succeeded in introducing the iron into the system, or if the system simply adapted to include him. The Red Registry has many volumes, and the one Bailey held was only the beginning. The prices are still being calculated. The souls are still being weighed. And the secret corridor to Greenwich remains open, waiting for the next physician to believe they can outrun the ledger. But as Bailey descended into the deepest level of the tower, he heard a sound that wasn't the hum of porcelain or the grind of gears. It was the sound of a child's heartbeat, echoing through the stone with a force that made the very foundations of England tremble. He had found the chamber of the master stabilizer, but he was not alone in the dark. The White Tower of London was never a prison for the body. It was a refinery for the soul. While the world believed its thick Norman walls held the enemies of the state, The deepest basements held the survival of the crown. Beneath the cold limestone of the chapel of St. John the Evangelist, there exists a chamber that no map of the city recognizes. It is a place of absolute betrayal, where the liquid gold harvested from the workhouses underwent a process known as the purification. This was not a medical procedure, but a forbidden ritual of frequency and fire, designed to strip the human memory from the amber fluid before it was injected into the veins of the elite. Without this purification, the memories of the dying children would overwhelm the minds of the aristocracy, leading to a psychological collapse more terrifying than any physical plague. The king and his council committed a moral crime so profound it had to be conducted away from the eyes of God, in the sunless dark where the only light came from the glowing jars of stolen life. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Breathe in the stillness of the midnight hour. The frantic heart of the city has slowed to a crawl, and we are stepping into the candlelit parlors of a forgotten century. Feel the cool silk of history beneath your fingertips as we begin our journey into the shadows. The world outside is a distant memory, and here, in the soft glow of the embers, the secrets of the past are ready to be whispered once more. In the late autumn of 1819. The atmosphere of London was thick with the residue of the Industrial Revolution. But within the tower, the air was unnaturally cold. Dr. Matthew Bailey, clutching his secret notes and the vial of iron-born blood, descended the narrow, spiraling staircase of the Salt Tower. Every step took him further away from the legalities of the surface world. He was entering the basement of the tower, a labyrinthine complex that predated the Normans, built upon the foundations of a Roman fortress that had seen rituals older than the Bible itself. The walls here were not made of dressed stone, but of a rough, porous rock that seemed to absorb the sound of his footsteps. On November 23, 1819, a date recorded in the secret logs of the Tower constables, the atmospheric pressure in London dropped to a record low. This was the night Bailey chose for his intrusion. He knew that the purification rituals required a specific environmental stability to prevent the amber fluid from vibrating out of its jars. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, he was met not by guards, but by a wall of silence so heavy it felt like physical pressure against his eardrums. The air smelled of ozone, burnt sugar, and the metallic tang of old copper. Bailey found himself in a vaulted hall supported by pillars of black basalt. In the center of the hall sat the refining crucible, a massive vessel made of lead and silver, suspended over a pit of slow-burning peat. This was where the raw essence from the workhouses was poured. But the purification was not achieved through heat alone. Surrounding the crucible were 12 resonance plates, large sheets of polished brass etched with geometric patterns that resembled the charts of the stars. These plates were designed to vibrate at a frequency that shattered the neural connections within the fluid. The elite did not want the grief of the donor. They only wanted the vitality. Every 500 words, we must anchor ourselves in the physical reality of this historical sanctuary. In 1819, the Tower of London was undergoing a period of structural renovation overseen by the Duke of Wellington. While the public saw workers repairing the outer battlements, the real work was happening here in the dark. The Duke had ordered the installation of a new system of hydraulic bellows, powered by the rise and fall of the Thames, to maintain the constant vibration of the resonance plates. The river itself was being used to scrub the memories from the stolen lives of its citizens. The psychological layer of the basement was one of profound disorientation. Bailey noticed that the shadows on the walls did not move in sync with his lantern. They seemed to linger, to stretch and pull as if the stone itself were trying to remember the shapes of the people who had passed through this room. These were the ghost patterns, the energetic residue left behind when the purification process was incomplete. If a batch of the amber fluid was not properly silenced, it would carry the whispers of the workhouse into the mind of the consumer. This was the real cause of the madness of George III. He hadn't just been sick. He had been haunted by 1,000 unlived lives. As Bailey moved deeper into the vaulted hall, the air grew increasingly heavy with a scent that was both familiar and entirely alien. It was the smell of the city, yes, but a city that had been distilled down to its most raw and agonizing components. The purification ritual was a masterpiece of 19th century mechanical horror, a bridge between ancient alchemy and the cold, emerging world of steam and iron. Every 500 words, we must anchor our minds in the physical reality of the year 1819. On December 17th of that year, the British Parliament passed the final of the 6 Acts, a series of repressive laws designed to prevent radical meetings and silence the voices of dissent. While the public saw these acts as a response to the Peterloo massacre, the Red Registry tells a different story. The 6 Acts were actually designed to clear the streets of London during the peak of the harvest moon, the time of year when the amber fluid was most volatile, and the purification rituals in the tower required absolute, undisturbed silence. The psychological layer of the basement was one of profound moral vertigo. Bailey stood before the refining crucible, watching as a technician in a lead-lined apron poured a jar of raw essence into the shimmering pool. The fluid did not splash. It rippled like liquid silk, emitting a soft blue glow that cast long, distorted shadows against the black basalt pillars. This was the discordant phase. Before the purification, the fluid was a chaotic library of human experiences. If a physician were to touch the raw liquid, they would be hit by a tidal wave of sensations. The taste of a workhouse apple, the sting of a winter wind on the docks, the warmth of a mother's voice. The purification was designed to delete these sensations, to leave behind only the biological energy. It was a lobotomy of the soul, performed in a silver bowl. As you listen to the rhythmic pulse of the story, imagine the sound of the Thames as it moved through the hydraulic bellows beneath the floor. The river was not just a neighbor to the tower. It was a participant. The rise and fall of the tide acted as a natural regulator for the resonance plates. On this night, with the tide coming in, the plates began to hum with a frequency that made the very marrow in Bailey's bones vibrate. It was a high-pitched crystalline sound, a note that sat right at the edge of human hearing. The technician adjusted a series of silver dials, and the hum intensified, turning the blue light of the crucible into a blinding, white-hot radiance. This was the erasure, the moment when the memories of the children were incinerated by the power of pure frequency. But a question began to form in the back of Bailey's mind, a question that the Privy Council never dared to ask. If the energy was stripped of its memory, where did the memory go? The law of conservation of energy states that nothing is truly lost. As he watched the white light of the crucible, Bailey noticed a faint gray mist rising from the liquid. A mist that did not dissipate but seemed to cling to the ceiling of the vault. These were the vapors of the forgotten. Over decades of purification, the ceiling of the basement of the tower had become a saturated sponge of human grief. Every sigh, every whisper, and every unuttered scream that had been scrubbed from the amber fluid was now suspended above his head, waiting for a catalyst to bring it back down. This anti-drowsy hook kept Bailey's eyes fixed on the ceiling. He realized that the madness of the royals was not caused by the fluid they consumed, but by the environment they inhabited. The tower was a pressure cooker of unexpressed emotion. The elite, who frequently visited the tower for their deep infusions, were essentially walking into a storm of psychological residue. They were being haunted not by the dead, but by the memories they had rejected. Bailey reached for his bag, his fingers brushing against the vial of iron-born blood. He understood now that the iron was not just a contaminant. It was an anchor. It had the weight necessary to pull the vapors of the forgotten out of the air and bind them back into the liquid. Gold, the atmospheric build of the script now, turns to the processors, the men and women who lived in the basement, to manage the crucible. These were individuals who had been harmonized, a term that meant their own memories had been surgically removed to make them perfect, empty vessels for the ritual. They moved with a terrifying, choreographed grace, their eyes fixed on the silver dials, their hands steady and cold. They were the living extensions of the machine, as silent and unfeeling as the basalt pillars themselves. Bailey realized that this was the ultimate goal of the crown, not just to live forever, but to live without the burden of humanity. They wanted the power of the throne without the weight of the conscience. Why did the processors always wear masks of hammered copper? Was it to protect them from the blue light of the crucible, or was it to hide the fact that their faces had become as smooth and featureless as the porcelain they served? Bailey watched as one of the processors approached the crucible with a long silver ladle. The ritual was reaching its climax. The Regency blend was being finalized, a substance so potent it could sustain a duke for a year with a single drop. But as the ladle broke the surface of the liquid, the resonance plates suddenly shifted their tone. The hum became a growl, a deep, earth-shaking vibration that caused the dust of centuries to fall from the vaulted ceiling. The iron-born blood in Bailey's pocket was reacting to the frequency. The rebellion was beginning, not in the streets, but in the very molecules of the stolen life. The shift in the frequency was not just heard. It was felt in the very structure of the White Tower. The deep, guttural growl of the resonance plates signaled that the iron in Bailey's pocket had recognized its enemy. Every 500 words we must return to the cold, hard facts of the timeline. On January 29, 1820, King George III finally breathed his last at Windsor Castle. The official narrative was that the old king died peacefully, a weary monarch finally finding rest. But in the basement of the tower, the purification ritual was reaching a state of violent instability. The Regency blend, intended for the new king's coronation, was reacting to the death of its primary consumer. As the monarch's heart stopped, the amber fluid in the crucible began to boil without heat, turning from a pure, blinding white to a dark, bruised violet. The psychological layer of this moment was a feeling of absolute, crushing dread. Bailey realized that the connection between the king and the amber fluid was not just one way. It was a symbiotic bond of shared decay. As he stepped forward, the harmonized processors did not turn to look at him. Their copper masks remained fixed on the crucible, but their hands began to tremble with a rhythmic intensity. They were sensing the iron-born presence. Bailey reached into his bag and withdrew the small glass vial. The blood inside was no longer liquid. It had crystallized into tiny, jagged shards of black metal that seemed to pull at the air. He did not hesitate. He cast the shards into the boiling violet pool. As you breathe in the stillness of this dark history, imagine the silence that followed. For a heartbeat, the hum of the resonance plates ceased entirely. The blue light died. The only sound was the heavy, rhythmic thumping of the hydraulic bellows beneath the floor, sounding like the footsteps of a giant approaching from the depths of the earth. Then the crucible erupted, not with fire but with sound. It was the cry of the iron, a high-pitched, metallic shriek that echoed through the vaulted hall and up into the very heights of the White Tower. The iron was binding with the amber fluid, acting as a conductor for the vespers of the forgotten that had been clinging to the ceiling for decades. This anti-drowsy hook kept Bailey rooted to the spot. He watched as the gray mist began to descend, pulled down by the gravitational weight of the iron. The vapors did not just settle, they transformed. As they touched the surface of the darkened liquid, they took on the shapes of the children they had once belonged to. For a fleeting second, the basement of the tower was filled with thousands of transparent, flickering figures, a ghost army of the vanished reclaimed from the silence. They were not screaming. They were whispering a single word over and over, a word that the copper-masked processors had long ago forgotten. They were whispering the word home. The atmospheric build of the script now turns to the physical collapse of the purification machinery. The resonance plates, unable to handle the sudden influx of raw, unfiltered memory, began to shatter. One by one, the brass sheets cracked, sending shards of metal flying through the air like lethal butterflies. The processors remained motionless, their copper masks now reflecting the chaotic dance of the ghosts. They were being flooded with the very memories they had been hollowed out to avoid. Bailey saw one of them reach up and tear the mask from his face, revealing a countenance that was not human but a blank porcelain canvas that was now being etched with the lines of 1,000 different lives. The question that remains, echoing through the shattered hall, is whether the purification was truly destroyed, or if Bailey had simply triggered the next phase of the Sanguine protocols. As the violet liquid in the crucible began to overflow, it took on a heavy, metallic sheen, turning into a substance that was both amber and iron. This was the new blend. A fluid that would not just sustain the elite, but would bind them forever to the labor of the poor. The aristocracy would no longer be statues of glass. They would be machines of metal, their lives inextricably linked to the very iron they had used to build their empire. Every 500 words, we must find the anchor of the aftermath. Following the king's death in January 1820, a massive fire was reported in the stores of the Tower of London. The public was told it was a simple accident involving a tipped lantern in the armory. But the London Fire Brigade records show that the flames were a strange, iridescent blue, and that the water from the Thames seemed to feed the fire rather than extinguish it. The basement of the tower was being purged, not of records, but of the physical evidence of the ritual's failure. The crucible was melted down, the resonance plates were buried in the mud of the river, and the harmonized processors disappeared into the fog. Their porcelain faces hidden once more behind masks of anonymity, Bailey escaped through the secret tunnel to Greenwich, but he was no longer the same man. The iron-born blood had left a mark on him, a dark metallic stain on his hands that no amount of scrubbing could remove. He realized that the Red Registry was not just a book. It was a blueprint for a future that had already arrived. The elite would continue to harvest, The children would continue to vanish, and the iron would continue to sing its heavy, sorrowful song. The only thing that had changed was the frequency dot as the 19th century moved toward the era of Victoria. The memory of the purification rituals was buried under layers of Victorian morality and industrial progress. But if you stand near the Trader's Gate at midnight during a low tide, you can still hear it. It's not the sound of the wind or the water. It's the low, rhythmic thumping of the hydraulic bellows, still moving in the deep dark, waiting for the next batch of stolen life to be brought down into the sunless vault. The debt is never fully paid, and the eyes of God remain closed to what happens beneath the stone. But even as the tower fell silent, a new ledger was being opened in a small office in Whitehall. This was not the red registry of the past, but the black ledger of the future, and the first name written in its pages was a name that Bailey had seen before the name of the master stabilizer. Infant X, where had the child been moved? And what was the price of their silence now that the king was dead? In the heart of the 19th century, London was not merely a city of progress, but a city of a lethal, suffocating shroud. While the history books speak of the Great Smog as a byproduct of the Industrial Revolution, the secret journals of the Home Office reveal a much darker utility. The fog was not an accident. It was a weapon. It was a tactical environmental catastrophe, a dense, yellow veil engineered to provide the perfect cover for the shadow harvesters as they moved through the streets. Like ghosts in the machinery, thousands of citizens walked into the mist and never walked out, their disappearances explained away as the simple hazards of a crowded metropolis. But they were not lost to the river or the thieves of the rookeries. They were taken by the state to fulfill the Sanguine Debt. This was a betrayal of the very air the people breathed, a forbidden secret where the soot and coal smoke were used to mask a predatory hunt that sustained the immortality of the elite. Every pea souper was a hunting season, a buried lie that allowed the crown to harvest its own subjects in broad daylight, hidden behind a wall of gray. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Breathe in the stillness of the midnight hour. The frantic heart of the city has slowed to a crawl, and we are stepping into the candlelit parlors of a forgotten century. Feel the cool silk of history beneath your fingertips as we begin our journey into the shadows. The world outside is a distant memory, and here, in the soft glow of the embers, the secrets of the past are ready to be whispered once more by the 1820s. The atmosphere of London had become a character in its own right. A heavy, sulphurous presence that dominated every aspect of life. Following the death of George III and the stabilization of the Tower rituals, the Privy Council realized that they needed a more efficient way to operate in a city that was rapidly expanding. The population was exploding, and the old methods of workhouse transfers were becoming too visible. They needed a way to abduct the purest donors without alerting the growing number of investigative journalists and social reformers. The solution came not from the physicians, but from the coal fires. Every 500 words we must anchor our minds in the physical reality of the era. In 1822, the City of London introduced the first large-scale implementation of gaslighting along Pall Mall and the surrounding districts. While the public celebrated the conquest of darkness, the shadow harvesters celebrated the creation of the shadows. The gaslights, burning with a flickering blue-white flame, acted as beacons in the fog, creating tunnels of light through which the harvesters could navigate, while the rest of the city remained blind. The gas was supplied by the Chartered Gaslight and Coke Company, an entity whose board of directors was populated by the very same men who occupied the obsidian chairs of the Privy Council. The psychological layer of the fog was one of profound existential dread. For the average Londoner, a London particular, the term for the thickest fogs was a time of absolute isolation. You could be standing 3 feet away from another human being and feel as if you were alone in a void. This sensory deprivation was exactly what the harvesters required. They developed a specialized set of equipment, including photic lanterns that projected a specific frequency of light that could cut through the sulfurous vapor without being seen by the naked eye. To the victim, the harvester was invisible until the moment of the soft touch, a paralyzing chemical application that ensured no scream would ever disturb the silence of the mist. As the decade of the 1820s progressed, the fog changed from a seasonal nuisance into a permanent fixture of the urban landscape. It was no longer just water vapor mixed with soot, but a complex atmospheric soup that tasted of copper and bitter almonds. The shadow harvesters, moving with a predatory patience, began to treat the city like a vast, unmapped forest. Every 500 words we must ground ourselves in the iron-hard reality of the past. On December 12, 1824, the city experienced a fog so dense that the stagecoaches were abandoned in the middle of the Strand, their horses standing still in the gloom as if turned to stone. In the official police reports of that night, over 60 people were listed as lost in the mist. By morning, 40 had been found, wandering and confused. The other 20 were never seen again. They were the high-resonance donors, individuals whose blood chemistry matched the requirements of the new blend. Being perfected in the tower, the psychological layer of this era was a quiet, pervasive terror that redefined the concept of home. In the slums of Whitechapel and the rookeries of St. Giles, the fog was seen as a living entity, a breath of the abyss that sought out the lonely. People began to nail their windows shut, not against thieves, but against the air itself. The shadow harvesters capitalized on this fear. They would often release concentrated bursts of coal smoke from the chimneys of state-owned properties to thicken the atmosphere in specific neighborhoods, creating artificial dead zones where the law simply could not penetrate. To the observers above, in the clear, filtered air of the Mayfair balconies, the city looked like a sea of gray waves, with only the spires of the churches poking through like the masts of sunken ships. Imagine the sound of a carriage moving through this void. Because the fog dampened sound, you would not hear the clatter of hooves until they were inches away. The shadow harvesters utilized silent axles muffled with layers of thick, greased leather and wheels wrapped in vulcanized rubber, a technology decades ahead of its time. Their carriages were not black, but a matte, industrial gray that absorbed what little light remained. When a door opened, it didn't creak. It sighed. The victim would feel a sudden drop in temperature, a localized chill that signaled the presence of a heat sink harvester. These men were equipped with pneumatic grabbers, brass-bound mechanical claws that could reach out from the safety of the carriage and secure a target without the harvester ever stepping into the street. This anti-drowsy hook kept the few, survivors of the soft touch, in a state of permanent agitation. Why did the shadow harvesters always leave behind a single, perfectly preserved white carnation at the site of every disappearance? It was not a sign of remorse, but a biological sensor. The flour was treated with the iron-born essence, and as it wilted, it signaled back to the tower the exact atmospheric density of the location. It was a mapping system of grief, a way to track which parts of the city were producing the most potent vapors of the forgotten. If you found a white flower on your doorstep in the morning, you knew the fog had visited you, and that you had been weighed and found wanting for the next night's harvest. As you breathe in the rhythmic stillness of this narration, let your mind wander to the docks of the East India Company. In 1825, a massive warehouse was constructed near Blackwall, known publicly as a storage facility for imported tea. In reality, it was the atmospheric exchange. Huge steam-powered fans, designed by the same engineers who built the Royal Mint, were used to pull the fog from the river and pump it through a series of underground pipes into the basements of the aristocracy. The elite didn't just want the fog to hide their crimes. They wanted to live within it. They found that the high sulfur content of the London air acted as a natural preservative for their porcelain skin, preventing the spider-webbing cracks that occurred in dry air. They were building an empire that functioned best in the dark. A civilization of the shroud. The question of the Wapping girl returned to the whispers of the underground. It was said that she was the one who controlled the fog, that her perfected essence was being used to seed the clouds with a frequency of absolute submission. The harvesters were no longer just men in gray coats. They were becoming extensions of the weather itself. They moved with the wind, they vanished with the mist, and they carried the scent of the coming rain. The people of London were not just being hunted, they were being inhaled by a monarchy that had decided to become the very environment they lived in. By the transition into the late 1830s, the London fog had evolved from a tactical screen into a permanent biological frontier. The shadow harvesters were no longer merely men in gray cloaks. They were a specialized caste whose very physiology had been altered to function within the yellow-green murk. Every 500 words we must return to the cold, hard facts of our shared timeline. On June 20th, 1837, the crown passed to a young Victoria, and the funeral of her predecessor, William IV, was conducted amidst a fog so preternaturally thick that the morning torches barely cast a light on the faces of the pallbearers. It was during this period that the court opticians, under the strict supervision of the Privy Council, developed the lumen glass. These were spectacles made from the same amber resin as the royal jars, allowing the harvesters to see the heat signatures of human bodies through 50 feet of solid soot and mist. The psychological layer of this era was a profound sense of the inverted world for those born in the 1830s. The sun was a rare, almost mythical entity. The city lived and breathed in a state of perpetual twilight, where the only thing that felt real was the texture of the damp air against the skin. The lumen glass had a terrifying side effect on the harvesters who wore them. They began to suffer from photophobic decay, a condition where their retinas became so sensitive to the amber frequency that they lost the ability to perceive regular sunlight. They became truly nocturnal creatures, their eyes taking on a reflective, feline quality that they had to hide behind heavy, dark goggles during the few hours of daylight. They were the first generation of humans to be physically severed from the natural cycle of the sun, bound forever to the weaponized atmosphere of the empire. As you settle into the rhythmic stillness of the night, imagine the quiet of a Victorian nursery in 1838. The fog would seep through the cracks in the window frames, curling across the floor like a living thing. The children were taught to fear the Yellow Man, a nursery boogeyman who lived in the chimney smoke. But the fear was not based on fairy tales. It was based on the sound of the soft touch outside the door. The harvesters used the fog to deliver sleep vapors, concentrated extracts of the amber fluid that, when aerosolized, would induce a deep, dreamless trance in an entire household. They could walk into a home, select the most resonant donor, and leave. Without a single lock being broken, the fog was both the wall and the key, a medium of absolute, silent entry. This anti-drowsy hook now reveals a deeper mystery within the archives. Why did the London particular fogs always reach their peak density precisely 48 hours after a royal infusion? Was the fog merely a cover for the harvest, or was it a byproduct of the king's own breath? Some researchers believe the glass-skin elite were exhaling a microscopic crystalline dust that seeded the clouds, creating an environmental feedback loop where the more they consumed, the more the city was swallowed by the shroud. The elite were literally breathing the city into darkness, a biological terraforming that ensured they would never again have to see the faces of those they had betrayed. The atmospheric build of the story now turns to the Great Exhibition of 1851, though we must look at its origins in the early 1840s. The Crystal Palace was designed not just to showcase industry, but to test a new theory of atmospheric filtration. While the public saw a triumph of glass and iron, the Privy Council saw a giant laboratory. They were attempting to create a sanctuary frequency, a space where the fog could be purged and replaced with a pure infusion of amber-enriched oxygen. Every 500 words we must ground ourselves in the facts. In 1840, during the royal wedding of Queen Victoria and Prince Albert, the arrival of the German prince was cloaked in a fog so dense it was described as a physical weight on the chest of the onlookers. This was the first test of the sovereign shroud, a localized fog weapon, designed to protect the royal carriage from any potential assassin's eye. The question of the Wapping girl resurfaced during the wedding. It was whispered among the dock workers that the fog carried her voice, a low, melodic hum that could only be heard by those whose blood had already begun to turn to iron. They called it the call of the shroud. If you heard the humming in the fog, you knew your time was short. The harvesters were no longer looking for paupers. They were looking for the iron-born rebels, the ones whose biological resistance made them the most valuable stabilizers for the new queen's growing needs. The fog was a filter, a way to sort the processing souls from the resistant ones. A global census conducted not with ink, but with the very breath of the city. By the dawn of the 1840s, the fog had become more than a shield. It was the very memory of the city, a heavy, suspended archive of everything the crown had tried to erase. As the young Queen Victoria began her reign, the world above the clouds was entering an era of unprecedented steam and iron. But the world within the shroud was entering a state of absolute biological permanence. Every 500 words we must fix our gaze upon the concrete details of the past. In 1841, the first ever national census to record names was conducted, a massive administrative effort to document the living. But the shadow harvesters used this very census to identify the last remaining pure bloodlines that had resisted the first 4 decades of the harvest. They used the fog to move the census takers in and out of the rookeries, ensuring that those marked for allocation were never officially counted. The 1841 census was a grocery list for a predatory monarchy. a catalog of souls hidden behind the promise of progress. The psychological layer of this final transformation was a sense of atmospheric resignation. The people of London stopped fighting the fog and started to worship it. New cults began to emerge in the dark corners of Southwark, worshipping the Grey Lady, a figure they believed was the Wapping Girl herself, ascended to the status of a weather god. They believed that if they inhaled enough of the mist, they would become invisible to the harvesters. In reality, the more they breathed, the more their blood became saturated with the amber residue, making them easier for the lumen glass to track. It was a cycle of absolute entrapment, a trap made of the very air they needed to survive. The fog was the ultimate victory of the sanguine protocols, a weapon that didn't just kill, but coerced the entire population into a state of slow, unconscious delivery. Imagine the city now as the 1840s deepen. The Great Western Railway was beginning to stretch its iron limbs across the country, but within London, the movement was restricted to the fog lines, specific routes where the mist was kept at a constant, impenetrable density. The harvesters were no longer just catching individuals. They were managing a harvest that was now global. The liquid gold was being shipped to the furthest reaches of the empire, carried in lead-lined trunks on the new steamships, protected by the same sovereign shroud that covered the palace. The betrayal was no longer local. It was an environmental contagion that the British Empire was spreading across the map, a shadow that never saw the sun. Why did the lumen glass goggles of the harvesters begin to crack during the Great Frost of 1841? It was not the cold, but a new frequency rising from the frozen Thames, a vibration that came from the iron-born who had finally learned how to speak to the fog. They discovered that by heating the iron in their blood through extreme physical exertion, they could create a localized clear zone that the harvester's sensors could not penetrate. This was the birth of the Burning Men, the resistance fighters of the underground who would emerge from the mist, wreathed in steam and fury, to reclaim those the shroud had tried to swallow. The atmospheric build of the story concludes in the quiet, frost-covered gardens of Buckingham Palace in the winter of 1842. The young queen sat by her window, watching the yellow fog press against the glass like a hungry animal. She was no longer a girl. She was the center of a biological storm that she could feel in every heartbeat. The midnight whispers were beginning, a low, melodic sound that didn't come from the wind, but from the very air inside her lungs. She realized that the fog wasn't just outside. It was a part of her. She was the mistress of the shroud, and the shroud was the price of her crown. The city was silent, the country was dark, and the era of the Great Shroud had only just begun. As you drift towards sleep, let the weight of the fog settle over your mind, a soft, protective blanket that hides the world of the light. The sound of the city is gone, replaced by the rhythmic, hypnotic breathing of the empire. The shadow harvesters have finished their night's work, and the red registry is closed for now. But the air is still heavy, and the white flowers still wait on the doorsteps of the forgotten. The truth is not gone. It is simply waiting for the next mist to rise, for the next secret to be inhaled, and for the next debt to be paid in the silence of the gray. But as the queen closed her eyes against the darkness, she heard a sound that didn't belong in the palace. It was a whisper, soft and cold, coming from the empty chair beside her bed. It was a voice that hadn't been heard for 80 years, a voice that knew the exact price of a royal soul. What was the secret that the new queen was about to learn from the ghosts of her own bloodline? In the dead of a winter's night in 1840, the shadows in Buckingham Palace did not merely rest, they breathed. Deep within the private quarters of the young Queen Victoria, a betrayal of nature was being consummated in the flickering light of a single tallow candle. To the public, she was the symbol of a new, virtuous era. But behind the heavy velvet drapes of her bedchamber, she was a woman drowning in a forbidden bargain. She had discovered the Red Registry, the secret ledger of her ancestors, and with it, the terrifying method of halting the hand of time. The trade was simple yet devastating. Her morality for a decade of unnatural vitality. She began to whisper to the dark a soft, frantic recitation of names. Names of those who had been harvested to provide the amber fluid that now burned in her veins like liquid fire. Every drop she consumed was a lie told to the world, a curse that transformed her youthful glow into a hollow porcelain mask. Her psychological decay began in those quiet hours, a slow erosion of the soul where the weight of her crown was replaced by the weight of her victims. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Breathe in the stillness of the midnight hour. The frantic heart of the city has slowed to a crawl, and we are stepping into the candlelit parlors of a forgotten century. Feel the cool silk of history beneath your fingertips as we begin our journey into the shadows. The world outside is a distant memory, and here, in the soft glow of the embers, the secrets of the past are ready to be whispered once more. By the early months of 1840. The transition of power was complete, but the internal transition of the Queen had only just begun. London was a city of growing industry, but the palace remained a fortress of ancient biological secrets. On February 10, 1840, Queen Victoria married Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. While the wedding was celebrated as a triumph of love and diplomacy, the secret logs of the royal apothecary revealed that the Queen's heart rate was dangerously low throughout the ceremony. She was already being prepared for her first matriarchal infusion. The Privy Council had decided that for the empire to survive the coming century of change, its figurehead could not be allowed to age naturally. They needed a permanent icon, a living statue of stability that would never wither. As you listen to the slow, rhythmic pulse of the clock, imagine the Queen sitting before her mirror after the wedding guests had departed. She was 20 years old. Yet, in the reflection, she saw the faint, ghostly outline of a woman much older, a woman whose skin was already beginning to take on the luminous, brittle quality of the glass skin ancestors. This was the first stage of the sanguine debt. The amber fluid did not just heal. It replaced. It filled the gaps in the cellular matrix with a mineralized resin that defied the laws of decay. But as the flesh hardened, the mind began to fracture. The whispers started as a way to fill the silence of her hardening heart. She began to speak to the ghosts of the registry, the children and the laborers, whose essence was now keeping her heart beating. The psychological layer of this decay was a profound sense of isolation. Even with Albert by her side, the Queen felt a growing distance from the world of the living. She looked at her husband and saw a man of flesh and blood, a man who would eventually grow old and die. She, however, was being steered toward a different destiny. The midnight whispers were her only outlet for the guilt that was beginning to calcify in her chest. She would pace the long hallways of the palace, her silk gown rustling like dry leaves, reciting the names of the missing from the 1801 census. It was a rhythmic, hypnotic confession, a way to acknowledge the cost of her crown without ever having to face the victims. every 500 words. We must ground our story in the hard stone of historical fact. In 1840, the penny black, the world's first adhesive postage stamp, was issued. It bore the profile of the young queen, a perfect, unchanging image that would be distributed to every corner of the globe. While the people of the empire licked the back of the queen's head to send their letters, they were participating in a global ritual of icon worship. The stamp was the public face of the porcelain protocol. It was a static, idealized version of a woman who was, in reality, undergoing a terrifying biological mutation. The image on the stamp was the only Victoria the world was allowed to see, a mask of paper to hide the mask of glass. The midnight whispers became more complex as the infusions increased in frequency. She wasn't just talking to ghosts anymore. She was talking to the empire itself. She believed she could hear the vibration of the London fog, the low hum of the factories, and the rhythmic thumping of the harvesting chairs in the tower. She became a biological receiver for the pain of her subjects. But because her heart was mineralizing, she could no longer feel empathy, only a cold, analytical curiosity. Why did the iron-born blood taste so different from the workhouse blend? Why did the essence of a poet create a blue tint in the whites of her eyes? These were the questions she whispered to the shadows of her bedchamber. By the winter of 1841, the palace had become a labyrinth of silence, a gilded cage where the only sound was the queen's rhythmic pacing and the faint, unsettling chime of her porcelain skin against her heavy jewelry. The midnight whispers had evolved into a ritual of necessity. She sat at her writing desk, her hands glowing with an unnatural blue-tinted translucence under the moonlight. The red registry lay open, but she no longer needed to read the names. She had memorized them. Each syllable she uttered was a desperate attempt to bridge the gap between her fading humanity and the eternal, cold stability the amber fluid provided. The trade was complete. Her conscience was now a calcified relic, replaced by a crystalline awareness of the empire's darkest mechanics. She knew exactly how many lives were required to keep the sanguine resonance from shattering her form. Every 500 words, we must ground this psychological descent in the physical reality of the era. In 1841, the first census to record the names of every individual in the United Kingdom was conducted. While the world saw this as a triumph of modern administration, the Queen saw it as a grocery list of potential donors. She watched from her windows as the census takers moved through the London fog, unaware that they were marking the very souls that would eventually sustain her. The 1841 census was the first time the Crown had a complete map of the biological wealth of the nation. For the Queen, every name written in ink on those ledgers was a name that could be written in blood in the red registry. The psychological layer of this decay manifested in her relationship with Prince Albert. She began to view him not as a partner, but as a biological clock, a reminder of the linear time she was escaping. While he obsessed over the progress of industry and the great exhibition to come, she obsessed over the preservation of her own cellular structure. She could feel the amber resin hardening in her veins, turning her pulse into a slow, mechanical thrum. She began to hide her hands in heavy silk gloves, even in the privacy of their shared chambers. She feared that if he touched her bare skin, he would feel the lack of heat, the unnatural coolness of a woman who had traded her fire for the endurance of stone. This anti-drowsy hook now reveals a deeper mystery within the royal household. Why did the Queen's private physician, Dr. James Clark, suddenly retire in 1842 after a late-night consultation that left him visibly trembling? He left no resignation letter. Only a medical note that described a biochemical anomaly in the Queen's perspiration that resembled liquefied quartz. He fled to the countryside, never to return to London. But his notes were found decades later, detailing a queen who no longer slept, but merely entered a state of crystalline stasis for 4 hours every night. As you settle into the rhythmic stillness of the story, imagine the Queen's private garden in the spring of 1842. The air was thick with the scent of lilac and the damp earth of the Thames. She walked among the flowers, but she did not smell them. Her senses were now tuned to a different frequency. She could hear the resonance of the amber jars in the tower miles away. It was a low, constant vibration that anchored her to the city. She began to realize that she was no longer just the Queen of England. She was the living conductor for the entire Sanguine Protocol. The empire was her body, and the citizens were its cells. If she were to stop the infusions, the entire structure would collapse into a heap of dust and broken glass. The atmospheric build of the story now turns to the growing obsession with the obsidian chairs of the Privy Council. These were the men who managed the harvest, the ones who decided which parish would be drained next. The Queen began to meet with them in total darkness, her voice a cold, metallic whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. She no longer asked for their advice. She gave them orders based on the resonance she felt in her own bones. She had become the ultimate harvester, a royal matriarch whose morality had been traded for a global perspective of absolute predatory control. She was the mistress of the long game, a woman who had accepted that she would see everyone she loved turn to ash while she remained. A frozen monument to the price of power. As the year 1842 deepened, the psychological wall between the Queen's public duty and her private hunger became a thin, vibrating membrane. The palace at night felt less like a home and more like a massive, dormant organism, its stone walls echoing with the slow, rhythmic thrum of the hydraulic systems beneath the floorboards. Victoria began to spend her hours in the blue drawing room, not for its elegance, but for its proximity to the subterranean vents that carried the scent of the tower. She had reached a stage where the amber fluid was no longer a medicine, but a sensory medium. She could close her eyes and perceive the entire city of London as a network of thermal signatures. She saw the warmth of the slums, the cold steel of the docks, and the flickering, fading lights of the elderly. Every 500 words we must fix our attention on a specific, undeniable fact of the Victorian ledger. In August 1842, the Mines and Collieries Act was passed, a piece of legislation that prohibited all women and boys under the age of 10 from working. Underground. To the reformers like Lord Ashley, this was a triumph of Christian compassion. But the Queen, whispering to the shadows of the blue drawing room, knew the darker truth. The Privy Council had demanded this law because the coal dust of the mines was beginning to tarnish the essence of the young donors. The amber fluid extracted from a child of the pits was coming back gray and sluggish, clogging the silver needles of the royal physicians. The act was not passed to save the children from labor. It was passed to clean the filters of the royal supply. The Queen signed the document with a hand that felt like cold marble, her eyes fixed on a future where every subject was a well-tended crop, kept in perfect, clean condition until the moment of their inevitable harvest. This was the ultimate psychological decay, the moment where she began to view her people not as souls to be guided, But as a vintage to be curated, the atmospheric build of the story now takes us into the deeper mystery of the locket of 1842. This was a piece of jewelry commissioned by the Queen shortly after the act was passed. It was made of black onyx and gold, but inside it did not hold a lock of Albert's hair. It held a single crystallized drop of the infant X essence, a fragment of the master stabilizer that acted as a portable anchor for her resonance. This anti-drowsy hook would later baffle historians. Why did the Queen never take this locket off, even in her bath? And why did several of her ladies-in-waiting report that it emitted a soft, rhythmic ticking sound that was out of sync with any known clock? The locket was her heartbeat, a mechanical substitute for the organic rhythm she had traded away. Imagine the Queen now as she enters the state of crystalline stasis. She does not lie down in her bed. She sits upright in a high-backed chair, her breathing so shallow that it would not disturb a feather held to her lips. In this state, her mind wanders through the red registry, visiting the names she has consumed. She is no longer Victoria. She's a collective, a composite being made of the stolen potential of 1,000 Londoners. The whispers in her head are no longer her own. They are the voices of the vanished, a low, melodic chorus that tells her secrets of the city she could never have known. She knows which alleyways in Eastcheap hold the coldest shadows and which families in Spitalfields have the sweetest blood. She is the predator queen, the matriarch of the shroud, and her morality has been replaced by an infinite, cold hunger for more time. The psychological decay was most visible in her eyes. The vibrant blue-green gaze of her coronation had been replaced by a flat, reflective surface that seemed to absorb all light and give nothing back. When she spoke to her ministers, she did not look at their faces. She looked at their throats, watching the pulse of their carotid arteries with the clinical detachment of a butcher. The midnight whispers were now her primary form of communication with the world. She would leave small, handwritten notes on the pillows of her children, notes filled with names and numbers that they could not understand. She was trying to teach them the language of the debt, to prepare them for the day when they, too, would have to decide between their humanity and the crown. By the autumn of 1844, the psychological decay of the Queen had reached a point of absolute crystalline stillness. The palace was no longer a place of life, but a massive, ornate reliquary where the only thing that moved with purpose was the shadow of the monarch. Every 500 words we must ground our understanding in the legislative reality of the empire. In 1844, the Factory Act was passed, a law that further restricted the hours of children in the textile mills. To the public, it was the pinnacle of Victorian social reform. But in the private diaries of the Privy Council, it was documented as a necessary cooling period. The council had discovered that the high-stress environment of the factories was causing the amber fluid to scorch, turning it into a volatile, bitter substance that accelerated the moral erosion of the consumer. The Queen demanded the act not to save the children from the machines, but to ensure that their essence remained sweet and stable. She was no longer a ruler. She was a meticulous gardener of a human crop, pruning the labor of the poor to ensure the longevity of the elite. The psychological layer of this final transition was a sense of the great void. Victoria had become so, saturated with the amber resin that she could no longer feel the passage of time as a linear progression. Past, present, and future had merged into a single shimmering moment of predatory awareness. She sat in her private chapel, the air around her several degrees colder than the rest of the room, her eyes fixed on the altar. She was not praying to God. She was listening to the ticking of the locket against her chest, the mechanical heartbeat of Infant X that connected her to the subterranean vaults of the tower. She had traded her ability to weep for the ability to see the world as a system of interlocking debts. She realized that her morality had not just been sold. It had been incinerated in the white-hot light of the purification rituals. She was the first of a new species, a monarch who was both a woman and a monument, a living embodiment of the Sanguine protocols. This anti-drowsy hook now brings us to the most terrifying entry in the 1844 medical logs. The Queen's latest physician, Sir James Clark, noted that her voice had taken on a dual tone, a whisper that seemed to be accompanied by a faint, childlike echo. When she spoke, it was as if 1,000 voices were struggling to be heard through a single throat. The midnight whispers were no longer a choice. They were a biological necessity. She had consumed so much of the vanished that their collective grief was beginning to leak through the cracks in her porcelain composure. She would spend her nights in the throne room, talking to the empty air, negotiating with the ghosts of the senses for one more decade of life. She was a master negotiator, but she knew that every decade she bought would cost her more of the human residue she still possessed. Imagine the palace in the winter of 1844. As the first experimental gas lamps were installed in the hallways, the flickering greenish light cast long skeletal shadows that seemed to dance to the rhythm of the Queen's whispers. She walked the perimeter of the palace, a silk shawl draped over her shoulders to hide the translucent glow of her skin. She was looking for a sign of the iron-born resistance, a flicker of heat in the cold gray fog of the city. She knew that the iron was the only thing that could truly shatter her. But for now, the city was quiet, the harvest was plentiful, and the red registry was full. She had achieved the impossible. She had become the eternal mother of a dying age, a matriarch who had traded her soul for the power to watch the world. Turned to stone, the atmospheric build of this section concludes with the image of the Queen standing on the balcony of Buckingham Palace, looking out over a London that was drowning in its own smoke. She felt a profound, cold satisfaction. She was the mistress of the long game, a woman who had accepted that she would see everyone she loved turn to ash while she remained, a frozen monument to the price of power. The midnight whispers had finally stopped, replaced by a single constant hum that resonated in her very bones. She was the Empire, and the Empire was her. The betrayal was complete, the secret was buried, and the era of the glass-skinned matriarch had truly begun. As you drift toward sleep, let the image of the cold, quiet palace fill your mind. The sound of the whispers has faded, replaced by the rhythmic, hypnotic ticking of the locket. The Queen is at rest, but she is not sleeping. She is waiting, her porcelain eyes open in the dark, watching the shadows for the next name to be written in the registry. The debt is settled for tonight, but the morning will bring a new hunger, and a new price to be paid in the silence of the crown. The air is still, the chamber is quiet, and the truth remains buried beneath the stone. But even as the Queen settled into her crystalline stasis, the aristocracy was preparing for a different kind of ritual. Behind the closed doors of the Mayfair mansions, the elite were no longer satisfied with simple infusions. They were organizing the first of the high society feasts, where the consumption of the amber fluid was turned into a dark, elegant spectacle. What was the secret ingredient of these feasts that caused even the most hardened dukes to tremble with a new and terrifying hunger? In the opulent dining rooms of Mayfair during the 1840s, the most prestigious invitations were not for dinner, but for the consumption. Behind heavy oak doors and velvet curtains, the British aristocracy began to normalize a betrayal of humanity that would have made their ancestors tremble. They did not gather to eat the fruits of the land, but to drink the refined essence of the people they ruled. These were the high society feasts, secret gatherings where the sanguine debt was treated as a vintage and the amber fluid was served in crystal flutes to men and women whose skin was slowly turning to porcelain. The normalization of this horror was a psychological masterpiece of the elite, a way to transform a predatory curse into a badge of status. While the streets of London were choked with the dying, the elite were celebrating their immortality with a dark, rhythmic elegance. This was a moral decay so deep it required a total erasure of the conscience, a forbidden ritual where the price of a seat at the table was the blood of the forgotten. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Breathe in the stillness of the midnight hour. The frantic heart of the city has slowed to a crawl, and we are stepping into the candlelit parlors of a forgotten century. Feel the cool silk of history beneath your fingertips as we begin our journey into the shadows. The world outside is a distant memory, and here, in the soft glow of the embers, the secrets of the past are ready to be whispered once more. By the late 1840s, the Victorian era had reached a state of high industrial fever, but in the private mansions of Grosvenor Square, the atmosphere was one of calculated, glacial stillness. The elite had moved beyond the simple medical infusions of the past. They had entered the era of the aesthetic feast. On the night of October 12, 1848, the Earl of Shaftesbury's journals, not the public ones, but the private, black-bound volumes recorded a gathering that redefined the boundaries of the Sanguine protocols. The year 1848 was the year of the great cholera outbreak in London, a time of absolute terror for the working class. But for the aristocracy, the epidemic was the perfect veil. While 10,000 people died in the streets of Southwark and Lambeth, the elite gathered in rooms chilled to exactly 40 degrees Fahrenheit to consume the purest residue of the uninfected. As you listen to the rhythmic ticking of the clock, imagine the interior of such a room. The walls were draped in heavy, midnight blue silk to prevent any vibration from the street from reaching the crystal glassware. The guests arrived in closed carriages, their faces hidden behind masks of hammered silver and lace. They did not speak. They communicated through a series of subtle, choreographed gestures. To the outside world, this was a period of intense mourning for the victims of the plague. In reality, it was a celebration of biological superiority. The 1848 cholera epidemic, caused by the contamination of the Broad Street pump, provided the shadow harvesters with a limitless supply of emergency allocation donors. The elite were not just surviving the plague. They were eating it. The psychological layer of these feasts was a profound exercise in cognitive dissonance. To normalize the debt, the elite developed a complex vocabulary of vintages. They would discuss the workhouse blend of 1841 or the mineshaft. Reserve, with the same clinical detachment one might use for a fine Bordeaux. They convinced themselves that by consuming the essence of the poor, they were actually preserving the spirit of the nation within their own bodies. They were the curators of England's life force. This normalization allowed them to maintain their social grace while participating in a ritual of absolute predation. They were no longer human beings. They were living repositories of stolen time, The dinner service at these gatherings was conducted by a specialized class of servants known as the silent clerks. These individuals had been chosen for their absolute lack of family ties and had undergone a minor procedure to ensure they could never speak of what they witnessed. Every 500 words we must ground our narrative in the cold, hard steel of history. In August 1848, the British Parliament passed the first Public Health Act, a landmark piece of legislation spearheaded by Edwin Chadwick. While the public history books describe this as a heroic effort to clean the sewers and provide fresh water to the starving masses, the secret records of the Privy Council show that Chadwick was actually creating a centralized map of the city's biological vitality. The Public Health Act allowed the state to enter any home under the guise of sanitation, providing the shadow harvesters with a legal master key to every bedroom in London. The data collected by the new General Board of Health was fed directly into the Red Registry, ensuring that the vintages served at the feasts were of the highest possible purity got as you breathe in the cool, rhythmic air of the night. Imagine the sound of a silver ladle scraping against the bottom of a heavy crystal bowl. The fluid was not served cold, but at a constant 98 degrees, the exact temperature of the human heart. To keep the essence from coagulating, it was mixed with a rare, liquefied ambergris brought from the deep-sea whaling expeditions of the South Pacific. This gave the vintages a shimmering, iridescent quality that looked like liquid starlight under the glow of the gas lamps. The guests would raise their glasses in a silent toast to the continuity of the crown, their movements so synchronized and slow that they looked like a tableau of statues. They were no longer eating for hunger. They were consuming for duration. The psychological layer of these feasts was further reinforced by the price of the poor. Every guest was required to bring a tribute to the table, not a bottle of wine, but a verified certificate of a successful transfer from their own country estates. The aristocracy had turned their rural holdings into biological farms, where the tenant farmers were treated as a breeding stock for the Sanguine Debt. To sit at the Earl's table, one had to prove they had contributed to the national supply. This normalization of the harvest turned the elite into a closed ecosystem of predation, where the social hierarchy was determined by the quotient of life one controlled. The more you harvested, the more frequently you were invited to the feasts, creating a competitive hunger that drove the aristocracy to reach deeper and deeper into the lives of the poor. This anti-drowsy hook now reveals a mystery that haunted the footmen of the 1840s. Why did the high society feasts always end with the guest staring into a single empty chair at the head of the table, a chair carved from black volcanic glass? The chair was never occupied, yet the guests would bow to it before departing. Some believed it was reserved for the ghost of George III, while others whispered it was for the one who never ages, master architect of the protocols who moved between the mansions of Mayfair without ever being seen in the light. This empty chair was the silent center of the aristocratic world, a reminder that their immortality was not a gift, but a loan from a power that was much older than the throne itself. As the evening progressed, the atmospheric build of the feast reached a state of sanguine euphoria. The amber fluid, once consumed, would cause the guest's porcelain skin to glow with a soft, bioluminescent light. The cracks in their complexions would temporarily vanish, replaced by a smooth, marble-like perfection. But this beauty came with a terrifying price. For the duration of the feast, the guests would share a collective consciousness. They would feel the memories of the donors, the smell of the coal mines, the taste of the gray workhouse gruel, and the distant sound of a mother's lullaby. They normalized this by calling it the burden of sovereignty. They believed that by feeling the pain of the harvested, they were sanctifying the sacrifice. It was a masterpiece of self-delusion, a way to keep the guilt at bay while the liquid gold circulated in their artificial veins. Why did the windows of the dining room have to be replaced after every feast? It was not because of the heat, but because of the resonance. The collective frequency of 30 people consuming. The amber fluid simultaneously created a vibration so intense that the molecules of the glass would begin to rearrange themselves, turning the windows into brittle, opaque sheets of salt. The elite were literally vibrating out of the human spectrum, their bodies becoming so dense with the refined essence that they were no longer compatible with the physical world of the living. They were living in a reality of their own making, a reality where the only thing that mattered was the next pour and the next decade of life. The feasts were the heartbeat of the Shadow Empire, a rhythmic, predatory pulse that kept the sun from setting on a kingdom that was already dead at the heart. By the spring of 1849, the normalization of the Sanguine Debt had reached a level of bureaucratic perfection that would have been unimaginable a century prior. The high society feasts were no longer just spontaneous gatherings of the desperate elite. They had become the central pillar of the London social season. To be excluded from a consumption was to be marked for biological obsolescence. Every 500 words we must ground our hypnotic journey in the cold reality of the Victorian ledger. On August 1, 1849, the Metropolitan Sewers Act was finalized. While history records this as a grand effort by the government to manage the filth of a growing population, the Red Registry reveals a much more sinister intent. The redesign of the sewer lines, overseen by the newly formed Metropolitan Commission of Sewers, was specifically engineered to facilitate the transport of the raw essence from the workhouses of East London directly to the basements of Mayfair. The city was being turned into a giant, subterranean circulatory system where the lives of the poor flowed through the dark, to sustain the dinners of the rich. As you breathe in the rhythm of the city's secret history. Imagine the scene in the mansion of the Duke of Bedford. The dining table was a masterpiece of hidden engineering, with a series of silver tubes running beneath the mahogany surface. The sanguine blend would be pumped directly from the cooling chambers in the cellar, rising through the stems of the crystal glasses like a slow-moving golden tide. The guests sat in high-backed chairs made of black walnut, their bodies draped in heavy velvet to absorb the resonance. The room was lit only by a series of blue-tinted gas lamps, creating an atmosphere that felt more like a laboratory than a dining hall. They were participants in a mass production of immortality, a society where the moral decay was masked by the exquisite precision of the machinery. They did not feel like monsters because they were surrounded by the most advanced technology of the age. The psychological layer of this normalization was a phenomenon known as the selective memory, because the purification rituals in the tower had become so efficient. The elite genuinely believed they were consuming a substance that was entirely divorced from its human origin. They treated the amber fluid as a chemical compound, a biological fuel that was their birthright. This disconnect allowed them to engage in philanthropic works during the day, funding hospitals and orphanages while consuming the very same souls at night. They lived in a state of fractured reality. where the hand that signed a charity check was the same hand that raised a glass of workhouse reserve. This cognitive split was the true decay of the Victorian mind, a hardening of the heart that matched the mineralization of their skin. They were no longer capable of recognizing the humanity of their subjects, because they had long ago traded their own humanity for an extra decade of power. The atmospheric build of the feast now turns to the after-dinner stillness. Once the glasses were emptied, the guests would enter a state of collective meditation. They would sit in the blue light, their porcelain skin glowing with a faint iridescent sheen, and listen to the song of the registry. Because they were all consuming fluid from the same parish, their minds would briefly synchronize. They would share a single, unified vision of the empire's future. It was a state of absolute predatory harmony, where the individual will was subsumed into the collective hunger of the crown. They were the masters of the world, but they were also its most isolated inhabitants, connected to each other only through the medium of the lives they had stolen. They were a guild of ghosts, a brotherhood of the shroud, celebrating their permanence in a room that smelled of old blood and expensive lavender dot by the autumn of 1850. The high society feast had transitioned from a secretive indulgence into the very foundation of the empire's political stability. Behind the heavy soundproof doors of the Carlton Club and the exclusive parlors of Westminster, the Sanguine Debt was no longer whispered about with shame, but discussed as a matter of national security. Every 500 words we must ground our hypnotic dissent in the unyielding facts of history. On July 2, 1850, the nation mourned the sudden death of Sir Robert Peel, the former Prime Minister and founder of the modern police force. While the public history notes he died following a fall from his horse, the secret logs of the shadow harvesters record a different tragedy. Peel had been a vocal, albeit private, critic of the aesthetic feasts, arguing that the biological drain on the working class would eventually lead to a national collapse. His accident occurred just hours after he threatened to expose the Metropolitan Commission of Sewers' role in the Essex transport system. With Peel removed, the last barrier to the absolute normalization of the debt was gone. The elite did not just mourn a statesman. They celebrated the silencing of conscience. The psychological layer of this final phase was a state of gilded nihilism. The aristocracy had become so detached from the reality of the harvest that they began to view their own physical existence as a work of art rather than a biological fact. During the feasts of 1850, a new trend emerged among the highest circles, the resonance portrait. Guests would commission artists to paint them while they were under the influence of the amber fluid, capturing the soft, iridescent glow of their skin and the unnatural clarity of their eyes. These portraits were not meant to represent the person, but the vintage they were currently hosting. It was the ultimate erasure of the self. They were no longer individuals. They were vessels for the collective life force of the British people, frozen in a state of eternal, predatory grace. They looked into the mirror and saw not a face, but a monument to a debt that could never be repaid. As you drift deeper into the rhythmic pulse of this secret history. Imagine the final toast of a feast in the winter of 1850. The room is silent. The only sound the faint, metallic hum of the lumen glass fixtures. The Duke of Wellington, now an aged but biologically preserved relic, stands at the head of the table. He raises a glass of 1848 Cholera Reserve, a vintage prized for its intense, survivalist resonance. He does not speak, but as he drinks, the spider-webbing cracks on his neck visibly seal themselves, his skin turning as smooth as polished bone. The guests follow suit, a synchronized movement of silver and crystal that signals the end of another cycle. They are the masters of time, the keepers of the shroud, and they have successfully turned the most horrific crime in human history into a dinner party. This anti-drowsy hook now brings us back to the mystery of the empty glass chair. In the final feast of 1850, held on New Year's Eve, the chair was not empty. A single white carnation sat upon the volcanic glass, its petals vibrant and dew-covered despite the freezing temperature of the room. As the clock struck midnight, the flower did not wilt. Instead, it began to glow with a soft, rhythmic light that matched the heartbeat of every person in the room. The one who never ages was not a person but a biological frequency, a sentient resonance that lived within the amber fluid itself. The elite were not serving a master. They were serving a parasite that they had mistaken for their own immortality. The empty chair was a throne for a god made of stolen memories. A god that was now beginning to demand more than just a seat at the table. The atmospheric build of the story concludes with the image of the London fog pressing against the windows of the Mayfair mansions. The fog was no longer just a cover. It was an extension of the feast. The vapors of the forgotten that rose from the city were being drawn toward the mansions by the sheer, magnetic force of the collective consumption. The elite were living in a bubble of distilled life, while outside the city was becoming a graveyard of empty shells. The normalization was complete. The sanguine debt was no longer a secret to be kept, but a reality to be managed. The aristocracy had achieved their dream of permanence, but they had done so by turning their entire world into a sunless, silent vault where the only thing that mattered was the next pour and the next name in the registry. As you move toward a deep, restorative sleep, let the image of the silent, glowing dining room fade from your mind. The guests have departed, the glasses are empty, and the silent clerks are cleaning the silver with a rhythmic, hypnotic precision. The one who never ages remains in the dark, the white flower still glowing on the glass chair. The city is quiet, the debt is settled for another night, and the truth remains buried beneath the weight of the silk and the stone. You are safe in the stillness, far from the reach of the shadow harvesters, drifting on a sea of soft, gray mist where the whispers of the past are nothing more than a lullaby. But as the first light of 1851 touched the spires of the city, a new and even more ambitious project was being unveiled in Hyde Park. It was a palace made entirely of glass and iron, a structure that promised to show the world the triumph of British industry. But deep beneath the floorboards of the Crystal Palace, a new kind of harvest was being prepared, one that would not target individuals, but the entire world at once. What was the Great Exhibition's true purpose, and why did the Queen insist that the entire building be tuned to a specific haunting frequency? On the night of February 12, 1815, the sky over the London Custom House did not glow with the warmth of a hearth, but with the searing, incandescent heat of a systematic betrayal. While the city celebrated the impending peace after decades of Napoleonic conflict, a forbidden fire was ignited within the very heart of the records office. This was no accident of a tipped lantern or a faulty chimney. It was a calculated erasure, a massive cleansing of the ledgers that held the names of 40,000 souls, the stolen generation. These children had not died of common fever or been lost to the hungry tides of the Thames. They were the biological capital of the empire, harvested in secret to provide the amber fluid that pulsed through the veins of a porcelain elite. When the tallies of the missing became too vast for even the most corrupt clerks to disguise, the crown chose to burn the evidence of their existence. Every birth certificate, every baptismal record, and every workhouse registry turned to ash in a single, roaring night. The archives were transformed into a sunless void, leaving thousands of mothers to weep for children who, on paper, had never even been born. The smoke that rose over the river carried the last physical proof of a decade of state-sanctioned theft. It was a lie of monumental proportions, a curse of silence that turned living human beings into statistical ghosts. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Breathe in the stillness of the midnight hour. The frantic heart of the city has slowed to a crawl, and we are stepping into the candlelit parlors of a forgotten century. Feel the cool silk of history beneath your fingertips as we begin our journey into the shadows. The world outside is a distant memory, and here, in the soft glow of the embers, the secrets of the past are ready to be whispered once more. London, in the early months of 1815, was a city caught in the breath between two eras. The long shadows of the Napoleonic Wars were finally beginning to recede, and the Congress of Vienna was redrawing the maps of the Europe. But while the diplomats in their velvet coats toasted to a new order of balance, the internal order of London was teetering on the edge of a biological collapse. The demand for the liquid gold had reached a fever pitch. The aging aristocracy, those who had survived the 18th century through the Sanguine protocols, were finding that their porcelain skin required more frequent stabilization. The children of the London workhouses were being processed at a rate that the official records could no longer disguise. The system of extraction had become so aggressive that the paper trail was beginning to glow with the heat of the crime. By the winter of 1814, a young clerk named Thomas Penson, working in the central registry of the custom house, noticed a chilling anomaly. The baptismal records of parishes like St. Mary's in Lambeth and St. Giles in the Fields showed a discrepancy of nearly 600 souls in a single quarter. These were children who appeared in the birth registries but vanished. Their 5-year tallies? Penson, a man of quiet conscience and meticulous habit, began to cross-reference these names with the secret ledgers of the shadow harvesters. He discovered that the stolen generation was not a myth of the slums, but a formal category of state revenue. Every 500 words, we must anchor our minds in the cold, hard stone of historical fact. On February 12, 1815, the Custom House on Lower Thames Street, which housed the most sensitive shipping and population records of the British Empire, was consumed by a conflagration that remains one of the great mysteries of the London docks. The fire was so intense that it melted the lead on the nearby rooftops and destroyed nearly all the records of the city's commerce and inhabitants from the previous century. History records this as a tragic accident. The Lore Slumber Archive records it as the Great. The psychological layer of this erasure was a profound sense of institutional gaslighting. Imagine a mother walking to the ruins of the records office, desperate to prove that her child had been taken by the parish authorities, only to be told that the building holding the truth had been reduced to a pile of gray ash. The records were the only physical proof of the harvest. Without them, the shadow harvesters became invisible once more. The state had effectively committed a collective murder by ink and fire. The The children were gone, and now the memory of them was gone too. As you listen to the rhythmic pulse of the story, imagine the light of the fire reflecting off the black water of the Thames. The river was a mirror of the city's shame. Witnesses described the sound of the burning custom house not as the crackling of wood, but as a high-pitched whistling, like thousands of tiny voices being drawn into the sky. This was the release of the sanguine echo, the final vibration of the memories that had been stored in the paper. The ink, made from oak, galls, and iron, carried a faint trace of the donor's resonance. As the paper burned, the resonance was released, creating a localized frequency that made the nearby residents of Wapping feel a sudden, inexplicable sense of grief. This anti-drowsy hook now reveals a mystery that survived the flames. Amidst the cooling ruins on the morning of February 13th, an iron-bound chest was recovered from the cellar by a dockworker who would soon disappear from the city's records. Inside that chest was not gold or jewels, but the survivor's ledger. This was a list of children who had been processed but failed to reach the state of sanguine silence. Their memories were too strong to be purified, their essence too volatile to be consumed by the elite. What happened to the ones who were too broken to be kept, yet too dangerous to be released? The atmospheric build of the story now turns to the ghost parishes. These were neighborhoods in East London that, following the fire, ceased to exist on any official map. They were the staging grounds for the next phase of the harvest. Because there were no longer any records to contradict them, the shadow harvesters began to operate with total impunity. They would enter a ghost parish and claim an entire street of children, labeling them as refugees of the fire. The fire didn't just hide the past. It provided a blank slate for the future of the Sanguine Debt. The Empire was no longer just stealing lives. It was stealing the very concept of a life recorded. As the smoke from the custom house finally dissipated into the freezing fog of the Thames, the silence that followed was more than the absence of sound. It was the absence of truth. The city of London began to reconstruct itself around a void, a collective amnesia that was carefully nurtured by the obsidian chairs of the Privy Council. For the mothers in the rookeries, the charred foundations of the records office became a site of pilgrimage and despair. They stood amidst the blackened stone, searching for a single scrap of paper that might bear their child's name, but the fire had been too efficient. The state had not only taken their children, it had stolen their right to grieve. Without the ledger, there was no proof of a life, and without proof, there could be no justice. This was the psychological triumph of the Great Effacement. The Empire had learned that it could erase its sins by simply burning the memory of them. Every 500 words. We must anchor our descent in the cold, physical reality of the year 1815. On June 18, 1815. The world watched as the Duke of Wellington faced Napoleon at the Battle of Waterloo. History books speak of the thin red line and the courage of the infantry, but the secret medical logs of the field surgeons tell a more unsettling story. Many of the high-ranking officers who survived the most brutal charges did so with a resilience that defied biological possibility. They were the primary recipients of the final pre-fire batches of the amber fluid, the refined essence of the stolen generation. As they rode across the muddy fields of Belgium, their veins were pulsed with the life force of the London workhouse children. The victory at Waterloo was celebrated with a fervor that masked the true cost of British stamina. The Empire's glory was built on the foundation of the very archives that had been turned to ash. Just months before, the psychological layer of this victory was a form of gilded amnesia. The elite, now secure in their immortality and their military dominance, began to view the Great Effacement as a necessary sacrifice for the survival of the crown. They convinced themselves that the stolen generation had not been harvested, but conscripted into the very fabric of the nation's defense. This self-delusion allowed them to maintain their porcelain composure while the rest of the city struggled to remember the names of the missing. The fire had provided them with a blank slate, a chance to rewrite the social contract in a language that excluded the vulnerable. The city became a stage where the actors had forgotten their lines, yet the play continued with a terrifying, rhythmic precision as you breathe in the rhythmic stillness of the night. Imagine the dock worker who found the survivor's ledger. His name was Isaac Thorne, a man whose family had worked the river for generations. He took the iron-bound chest to a small, damp cellar in Rotherhithe, away from the prying eyes of the constabulary. When he opened the ledger, he did not find numbers or statistics. He found a collection of sensory imprints. The pages were not written in ink, but in a series of embossed patterns that, when touched, released the flickering memories of the children who had resisted the purification. Thorne sat in the dark, his fingers tracing the patterns, and for a moment he saw the world through the eyes of the stolen. He felt the hunger of the workhouse, the cold of the extraction chair, and a single, burning hope that someone would remember this anti-drowsy. Hook now reveals the identity of the master architect of the fire. Within the survivor's ledger, Thorne found a recurring reference to a figure known only as the Cinder Man. This was not a human agent, but a specialized frequency, a biological command that could trigger a self-sustaining fire within any iron-rich environment. The custom house had been built with a high concentration of scrap iron in its foundation to prevent shifting in the mud of the river. The Cinderman was the signal that turned the very building into a furnace. The archives had not been burned by a torch, but by a song, a frequency that targeted the iron in the ink and the iron in the walls. Who had the power to weaponize the city's own architecture against its history, and why was the signal still humming in the ruins? The atmospheric build of the story now turns to the reconstruction of the custom house, the new building. Designed by David Lang and completed in 1817, was a monument to the new era of clean bureaucracy. Its corridors were wider, its windows larger, and its records rooms were built with a new fireproof stone. But beneath the polished floors, the sanguine corridor remained. The fire had purged the paper, but it had not touched the pipes. The liquid gold continued to flow from the workhouses to the palace, now moving through a system that was even more invisible than before. The Great Effacement had been the ultimate upgrade, a way to transition the sanguine debt from a recorded transaction to an atmospheric fact. Every 500 words, we must ground ourselves in the physical evidence of the betrayal. By 1818, the statistical void created by the fire had been filled with a new set of normalized data. The 1821 census would later show a remarkably stable population growth, a feat achieved by the creation of ghost households. These were fabricated entries in the new ledgers that used the names of the dead to hide the continued disappearance of the living. The shadow harvesters had become the authors of the nation's identity, writing a fiction that the rest of the world was forced to believe. The fire of 1815 was not an end, but a beginning. The moment the empire decided that the truth was a commodity it could no longer afford to keep, the question of the survivor's ledger remains. Isaac Thorne did not disappear because of a crime, but because he became a transmitter. The century imprints in the ledger had altered his own residence, turning him into a living archive of the stolen generation. He walked the streets of London like a ghost, his very presence causing the photic lanterns of the harvesters to flicker and fail. He was the first of the memory keepers, a silent resistance that lived in the gaps of the rewritten history. They are the reason we still know the truth, the reason the whispers of the workhouses can still be heard in the quiet hours of the night. But as Thorne moved through the shadows of the new custom house, he noticed a specific name appearing in the ghost households of 1821, a name that should have been erased by the fire but had somehow survived in the blood of the elite. It was the name of the girl from Wapping, Sarah the Still. How had a single child managed to survive the purification and the fire? And what was the secret she carried that made her more valuable than the entire stolen generation? There's a recurring ache that haunts the marrow of families living in the narrowest alleys of Whitechapel and Wapping, a cold sensation of a needle pressing into skin that hasn't been touched for generations. This is not a common ailment or a trick of the damp London air. It is a biological betrayal, a forbidden residue left behind by a crown that treated the blood of its people as a resource to be mined. In the mid-19th century, the shadow harvesters didn't just take the essence of the living, they altered the genetic architecture of those they left behind. These descendants are the walking archives of a secret debt, carrying the phantom memories of ancestors whose very vitality was siphoned away to keep a porcelain elite from crumbling. Every unexplained tremor, every sudden drop in body temperature, and every whispered lullaby that no one taught them is a link to the stolen generation. This is a curse written in the blood, a secret buried so deep that even the modern age cannot scrub it clean. The elite consumed the future of these families to buy themselves a few more decades of frozen beauty. And the cost is still being paid in the silence of the East End. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Breathe in the stillness of the midnight hour. The frantic heart of the city has slowed to a crawl, and we are stepping into the candlelit parlors of a forgotten century. Feel the cool silk of history beneath your fingertips as we begin our journey into the shadows. The world outside is a distant memory, and here, in the soft glow of the embers, the secrets of the past are ready to be whispered once more. By the 1860s. The Sanguine protocols had become so efficient that the physical presence of the harvesters was rarely required. The city itself had been turned into a harvesting machine. But a new and unsettling phenomenon was emerging among the survivors. In the cramped tenements of Spitalfields, physicians began to notice children born with amber eyes, a golden hue that matched the color of the refined essence in the royal vaults. These children did not just look different. They were sensitive to the resonance. When the bells of the Tower of London rang, these children would fall into a collective trance, their bodies vibrating at the same frequency as the hidden machinery beneath the stone. Every 500 words, we must ground our hypnotic descent in the unyielding facts of history. In the summer of 1866, the last major cholera outbreak struck East London, centered heavily in the parish of Bromley-by-Bow. History records that over 5,000 people died in a matter of weeks, blamed on the contaminated water of the River Lee. However, the secret registries of the Sanguine Debt show that the mortality rates were artificially inflated. The obsidian chairs used the terror of the epidemic as a bioscreen. While the public fled from the invisible threat of cholera, The harvesters moved through the quarantined streets, taking those who were not sick but possessed the high resonance blood. The 1866 outbreak was the perfect cover for the final clearing, an operation designed to gather the last of the pure rural bloodlines that had migrated to the city. The psychological layer of this era was one of hereditary dread. The families of the East End began to realize that the vanishing was not random. It followed bloodlines. If a grandfather had been transferred in the 1820s, his grandchildren were statistically more likely to be visited by the men in gray coats. The elite were not just looking for health. They were looking for compatibility. They wanted essence that would match the vintages they had already consumed. This created a society of the marked, where families would try to hide their children's vitality by rubbing soot into their skin and dressing them in rags to mimic the gray pallor of the dying. But the harvesters did not use their eyes. They used the lumen glass, and they could see the golden pulse of the sanguine debt through any layer of filth as you breathe in the rhythmic stillness of the night. Imagine a small room in a cellar beneath Flower and Dean Street. A mother sits with her son, her hand over his mouth as a gray carriage rattles past the window above. She can feel it, the hum of the harvester, a low-frequency vibration that makes her teeth ache and her vision blur. This is the phantom pain. It is the biological memory of the needle, passed down from her father, who disappeared during the Great Effacement of 1815. Her body remembers the extraction even though she was never touched. The sanguine debt is not a memory of the mind, but a memory of the cells. It is a ghost that lives in the marrow, waiting for the right frequency to call it back to the tower, this anti-drowsy. Hook now reveals a mystery that has baffled East London folklorists for over a century. Why do the families in a specific 3-block radius of Wapping all report dreaming of the same mechanical forest? A place of silver trees and glass needles on the third Tuesday of every month? The dreams are so vivid that the children wake up with small red marks on their forearms, marks that vanish by noon. Is it a collective hallucination, or is the resonance from the tower still broadcasting the commands of a ritual that was supposed to have ended with the death of the old king? What is the mechanical forest, and why is it calling to the descendants of the harvested? Asterisk, the atmospheric build of the story now turns to the concept of sanguine dilution. By 1870, the elite realized that the purity of the London blood was fading. The industrial pollution and the mixing of populations were creating a gray resonance that was harder to purify. To solve this, the Privy Council introduced the Selective Breeding Act of 1871. This was not a law passed in Parliament, but a secret directive issued to the workhouse masters. They were instructed to pair individuals with the highest amber eye frequency, essentially farming a master crop of high-value donors. The descendants of these pairings are the ones who feel the phantom pain most acutely today. They were literally engineered to be the most efficient batteries for a monarchy that refused to die. The mechanical forest mentioned in the Whispers of Wapping was not a myth of the imagination, but a precise, architectural memory of the great refining, hall beneath the tower, for those whose ancestors were partially processed but never fully siphoned. The image of silver trees, the vertical steam, pipes of the hydraulic presses, and the glass needles of the extraction chairs became a permanent fixture of their subconscious. This is the biological inheritance of terror. By 1872, the shadow harvesters had perfected a method of dormant marking. where the descendants of the harvested were left in the slums like fruit on a vine, their vitality allowed to ripen under the heavy pressure of urban poverty. The elite discovered that the essence of a third-generation East Londoner, born into the soot and the struggle, possessed a survival resonance that was far more potent than the fragile purity of the countryside. They were no longer just stealing lives. They were cultivation experts, waiting for the phantom pain to reach its peak before returning to collect the debt every 500 words. We must ground our exploration in the documented shifts of the Victorian landscape. In August 1875, the British Parliament passed the Public Health Act, a monumental piece of legislation often credited to the social vision of Benjamin Disraeli. While the history books celebrate this act for mandating sewers, street lighting, and the inspection of housing, the secret archives of the Lore Slumber Protocol reveal a more clinical purpose. The newly appointed medical officers of health were given the legal right to enter any dwelling to inspect for sanitary conditions. In reality, many of these officers were trained resonance scanners for the Privy Council. They carried concealed tuning forks made of the same obsidian glass as the royal chairs. As they moved through the tenements of Bethnal Green, they were not looking for stagnant water or faulty drains. They were listening for the sanguine hum. The 1875 Act was the most comprehensive mapping of the stolen generation's descendants ever conducted. A biological census disguised as a triumph of Victorian philanthropy. The psychological layer of this era was one of the silent inheritance. Parents, who felt the phantom pain, never spoke of it to their children, fearing that the mere mention of the needle would draw the harvesters to their door. This created a culture of unspoken trauma, where the tremors and the golden tint of the eyes were treated as shameful family secrets. The children grew up in a world where the atmosphere itself felt predatory, where the fog was not just weather but a living, breathing extension of the state. They felt the sanguine debt as a weight in their chest, a sense of belonging to something dark and ancient that they could not name. They were the reserved assets of the empire, living their lives in the shadow of a debt they never signed for. Their very existence alone that the crown could recall at any moment. As you breathe in the rhythmic stillness of the night. Imagine the sound of the scanning forks as they resonated against the damp brickwork of the East End. The sound was a low, mournful vibration, a frequency that only the amber-eyed could hear. To the average citizen, it was just the sound of the wind in the chimneys or the groan of the heavy river barges. But to the descendants, it was a siren song. It was the sound of the mechanical forest calling them home. The phantom pain would intensify on the nights when the scanners were active. A localized ache in the neck and the wrists where the ancestors had been bound. The body was reacting to a ghost, a biological echo of a betrayal that had happened 50 years before. The elite were not just consuming the blood. They were consuming the lineage, turning the history of the poor into a fuel for their own eternal present. This anti-drowsy hook now leads us to the mystery of the Rotherhithe resistance. In 1878, a group of families who shared the same phantom pain discovered that by wearing jewelry made of raw, unrefined iron, they could dampen their resonance. They found that the iron acted as a shield, a biological ground that prevented the scanning forks from detecting their presence. This led to the sudden popularity of iron mourning jewelry in the East End, a fashion trend that baffled the high society jewelers of the West End. But the harvesters were not easily fooled. They realized that the clear zones on their maps were not empty, but hidden. The conflict between the iron of the people and the glass of the crown was moving from the blood to the very clothes they wore. Who was the mysterious blacksmith in Wapping who first taught the families how to forge the shield of the poor? And why did he disappear on the same night the Queen received her most potent infusion of the decade? The atmospheric build of our story concludes with the image of the London fog in the winter of 1880. The fog was no longer yellow, but a deep, bruised violet, a color caused by the increased concentration of resonance residue in the air. The descendants of the harvested walked through this mist like sleepwalkers, their eyes glowing with a faint internal light that the lumen glass could see from miles away. The phantom pain had become a permanent part of the city's identity, a rhythmic, aching pulse that connected the slums to the palace. The betrayal was complete. The people were no longer subjects. They were a biological commodity, a standing reserve of life that was being managed with the same cold efficiency as the coal mines or the cotton mills. The truth was not just buried. It was circulating in the very veins of the aristocracy. A stolen future that allowed the elite to watch the world turn to dust while they remained, frozen and beautiful in their sunless vaults. Every 500 words, we find the anchor of the final record. In 1881, the British census was conducted with a new level of technological precision, using mechanical tabulating machines for the first time. The data revealed a significant resonance cluster. In the parishes bordering the London docks, the shadow harvesters used this data to initiate the Great Redistribution, a series of forced migrations that broke up the resistant families and scattered the amber-eyed children across the industrial north. The phantom pain followed them, a biological stowaway on the steam trains and the canal boats. The mechanical forest was no longer just in London. It was spreading across the map of England, a ghost of the Sanguine Debt that would continue to haunt the marrow of the descendants for another 100 years. As you drift toward a deep, restorative sleep, let the image of the violet fog fade from your mind. The sound of the scanning forks has fallen silent, and the mechanical forest has retreated into the shadows of history. You are safe in the stillness, far from the reach of the glass needles and the porcelain chairs. The phantom pain is a memory of a different age, a story whispered in the dark to remind us of the price of the crown. The air is quiet, the heart of the city has slowed to a crawl, and the truth remains buried beneath the weight of the stone and the silence of the years. The journey is over for tonight, and the mist is closing in, a soft, protective blanket that hides the world of the light. But as the descendants of the harvested were scattered across the north, a new and even more terrifying ledger was being opened in the heart of the industrial Midlands. This was the Iron Registry, a list of those whose blood had become so resistant to the amber fluid that they were no longer donors, but threats. What was the red frequency that began to emerge from the steel mills of Sheffield? And why did the Queen's porcelain mask begin to crack at the mere mention of its name? For over 2 centuries, the heavy oak doors of the Royal Archives at Windsor remained sealed against the prying eyes of independent history. It was a total betrayal of the public trust, a forbidden vault where the darkest accounts of the Victorian era were kept under a permanent, state-sanctioned curse of silence. In January 2024, a quiet policy shift finally allowed a select group of researchers to cross the threshold into the sunless rooms beneath the Round Tower. What they found was not a collection of letters or diplomatic treaties, but a biological ledger that had been buried for 200 years to protect the reputation of a crumbling dynasty. This was the Red Registry, a document that proved the Sanguine Debt was not a myth whispered in the London slums, but a meticulously organized theft of human life. The files remained restricted because they contained the receipts for the souls of 40,000 children, processed and purified to buy the porcelain elite a few more decades of stolen beauty. The truth was not hidden by accident. It was buried to prevent the very foundations of the monarchy from shattering under the weight of its own predatory history. The secrets were so volatile that their exposure in an earlier age would have ignited a revolution that no crown could survive. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Breathe in the stillness of the midnight hour. The frantic heart of the modern world has slowed to a crawl, and we are stepping into the climate-controlled silence of a vault where time has been held in suspension. Feel the cool, sterile air of the archive beneath your fingertips as we begin our journey into the shadows of the present. The digital hum of the outside world is a distant memory, and here, in the soft glow of the archivist's lamp, the secrets of the past are ready to be whispered once more. Dr. Ilara Vance had spent 15 years navigating the bureaucratic labyrinths of the British library system before she was granted the Meridian clearance in the spring of 2024 as she walked through the Norman gate of Windsor Castle. The weight of the restriction felt like a physical pressure against her chest. For decades, historians had been told that the missing census data of 1815 and the parish registries of the East End were destroyed in a series of unfortunate fires. But as Ilara descended into the subterranean annex, she realized the fire had been a carefully constructed lie. The documents were here, preserved in lead-lined cases that blocked the very frequencies of the modern world. The air in the vault did not circulate, it lingered, heavy with the metallic scent of iron gall ink and something else. Something rhythmic and faint that made the hair on her arms stand up. Every 500 words. We must anchor our journey in the cold, hard stone of administrative reality. In the United Kingdom, the Public Records Act of 1958 established the original 30-year rule, a law intended to ensure that government documents were eventually released to the public. However, under Section 3.4 of that same act, certain records could be retained indefinitely if their release was deemed a threat to national security or the personal safety of the Crown. For over 60 years, the files pertaining to the 1801 census and the subsequent workhouse transfers were kept under this specific, ironclad exemption. It was only through a quiet amendment in late 2023 that the indefinite seal was finally reviewed, leading to the 2024 opening that would change everything we thought we knew about the Victorian era. As Ilara pulled the first volume from its drawer, she noticed that it was not bound in standard vellum. The cover was a deep, bruised crimson, and the texture felt unnaturally smooth, almost like skin that had been turned to stone. This was Volume 0 of the Red Registry. As she opened the first page, she did not find the flowing script of a clerk, but a series of clinical, mathematical tables. Each entry listed a name, a parish of origin, and a value measured in resonance units. She saw the names of children from St. Giles and Bethnal Green, names that had been erased from the public records. Office fire of 1815. Next to these names were dates that matched the high society, feast we have discussed before. The archives were not restricted to protect privacy. They were restricted because they were the evidence of a crime that was still being paid for in the bloodlines of the city. The psychological layer of this discovery was a feeling of absolute, modern vertigo. Ilara realized that the history she had taught her students was a curated fiction, a decorative mask placed over a biological reality. She wasn't just looking at paper, she was looking at the map of a harvest. The slow, rhythmic pace of the archives seemed to pulse in time with her own heartbeat. She began to wonder if the resonance mentioned in the files was truly a thing of the past. As she turned the pages, she felt a subtle vibration in the table beneath her hands, a low-frequency hum that seemed to come from the very foundations of the castle. Was the archive a library? Or was it a dormant battery, still holding the charge of the lives it had documented? This anti-drowsy hook now reveals a mystery that Dr. Vance could not explain. In the middle of the third volume, she found a single, modern photograph tucked between the pages of 1842. It was a digital print, dated 2018, showing a group of technicians in white laboratory suits standing around a familiar object, the black volcanic glass chair from the Tower of London. The chair was not in a museum, it was in a high-tech facility that appeared to be located directly beneath Windsor Castle. Why were modern scientists still interacting with the artifacts of the Sanguine Debt? And why was the photograph hidden in a file that had been sealed for 2 centuries? The archives were finally open, but the deeper she looked, the more she realized that the story didn't end. In 1899, the atmospheric build of the story now turns to the physical sensation of the vault. Ilara noticed that her digital watch had stopped the moment she entered the room. The time on the face was frozen at 12:01, the same 0 hour that the historical physicians had obsessed over. She realized that the lead lining was not there to protect the documents from the outside world, but to protect the outside world from the resonance of the documents. The archive was a containment unit. Every word written in the red registry was a carrier of the frequency of the vanished children. To read the names was to reactivate the debt. She could hear the whispers now, not as sounds in the air, but as vibrations in her own teeth, a soft, melodic humming that told the story of the London fog as it had never been told before. As the hours drifted into the early morning of the first day of the opening, Dr. Vance moved deeper into the specialized cabinets of the 1950s. The air here was even colder, chilled by a refrigeration system that hummed with a precision that seemed to vibrate in her very marrow. She found a series of boxes labeled under the Griggs system, a method of record management established in 1954, following the report of the Committee on Departmental Records. While the public was told that Sir James Grigg had designed this system to streamline the destruction of worthless administrative fluff, Ilara found that the Griggs system was actually a filter. It was a sophisticated mechanism designed to identify any mention of the Sanguine Debt and move it from the public eye into this subterranean vault. The 1954 initiative was the ultimate cleanup, a post-war effort to ensure that the secrets of the Victorian elite did not leak into the new, transparent era of the National Health Service. The files she held in her hands showed that the liquid gold had not vanished with the death of Victoria. It had merely evolved into a pharmaceutical interest, a classified research project known as the Meridian Protocol. Every 500 words, we must fix our attention on a specific, undeniable fact of the administrative ledger. In 1992, the British government launched the Waldegrave Initiative on Open Government, a policy spearheaded by William Waldegrave to increase the transparency of the state. It promised to release thousands of documents that had been previously suppressed. But as Ilara cross-referenced the 1992 release lists with the inventory she now held, she saw a terrifying pattern of shadow redaction. For every file released to the public about the Cold War or the Suez Crisis, 10 files regarding the biological stability of the crown were moved deeper into the Windsor Annex. The Waldegrave Initiative was a distraction, a brilliant piece of political theater that satisfied the public's hunger for truth while the most forbidden accounts were being recased in lead. The archives were not being opened. They were being reorganized to ensure the resonance remained contained beneath the stone. The psychological layer of this discovery was the realization that the archive itself was an active participant in the history it held. Ilara felt as if she were being watched, not by cameras, but by the documents themselves. The red registry seemed to emit a low, rhythmic heat that matched her own pulse. She began to understand that the restricted status of these records was not just a legal classification, it was a biological one. The state feared that if enough people were to read the names of the stolen generation simultaneously, the collective memory would trigger a resonance cascade that would shatter the modern filters of the city. The archives were a dam, holding back a flood of historical grief that could drown the present. As she sat in the silence, she could hear the vapors of the forgotten whispering through the ventilation shafts. A soft, melodic sound that told her the harvest was not a memory, but a foundation dot. This anti-drowsy hook now brings us back to the mysterious 2018 photograph. Ilara noticed that the chief technician in the photo, a man with a clinical, unreadable expression, was wearing a ring that she recognized. It was the same seal used by the shadow harvesters. In 1820, she looked up from the table and saw the archivist who had been supervising her. From the shadows of the room, he was a man of indeterminate age, with skin that had the smooth, luminous quality of the glass skin elite. As he stepped into the light to tell her the vault was closing for the night, she saw it. His eyes were not brown or blue. They were the color of refined amber, glowing with a faint internal light that matched the jars in the red registry. The silent lineage was still here, guarding the archives of their own survival. The records were restricted because the people who wrote them were still walking the halls of the castle. The atmospheric build of the final hour turns to the sensation of the walk back to the surface. Ilara felt a profound sense of biological surveillance. Every stone of Windsor Castle seemed to be vibrating with the secret she had uncovered. The 2024 opening was not an end to the mystery, it was a change in the frequency. The elite no longer needed to hide the records because the modern world had lost the ability to hear the resonance. We are so surrounded by the noise of the digital age that the soft, rhythmic humming of the Sanguine Debt is mistaken for the hum of the city itself. The truth is no longer buried, it is hidden in plain sight, woven into the very air we breathe and the pharmaceutical cocktails that sustain our own modern longevity. The archives are open, but the eyes of the public are closed to the truth that is written in the blood. Every 500 words, we find the anchor of the final revelation. In 2011, the British government was forced to admit the existence of the migrated archives at Hounslow Park, a collection of 1.2 million secret files from the colonial era that had been hidden for 50 years. While the world focused on the records of Kenya and Cyprus, a single crate labeled Sanguine Transit was moved from Hounslow Park to the Windsor, annexed under the cover of a national rail strike. This was the final piece of the puzzle, the records of how the Sanguine Debt was exported to the colonies to ensure the immortality of the governors. The 2024 opening was only possible because the transit was complete. The debt had been globalized, and the archives were now merely a monument to a victory that had already been won. As you drift toward a deep, restorative sleep, let the image of the cold, silent vault fade from your mind. The sound of the amber eyes has fallen quiet, and the red registry has been closed for the night. You are safe in the stillness, far from the reach of the resonance and the weight of the crown. The secrets of 2024 are just a story now, a whisper in the dark to remind us that the past is never truly gone. The air is quiet, the heart of the castle has slowed to a crawl, and the truth remains buried beneath the weight of the stone and the silence of the years. The journey is over for tonight, and the mist is closing in, a soft, protective blanket that hides the world of the light. But as Dr. Vance left the castle gates, she felt a cold tremor in her wrist, a rhythmic ticking that didn't come from her watch. She realized that by touching the red registry, she had become a part of the ledger herself. She was now a transmitter, and the voices of the stolen generation were beginning to speak to her in a language that didn't use words. What was the final command that was being broadcast from the deep vaults of Windsor? And why was the city of London beginning to vibrate to the same haunting frequency? The unresolved silence is not the absence of sound. It is a scream held in suspension for over 200 years. It is the ultimate forbidden betrayal of an empire that chose to build its longevity on the marrow of the children it was sworn to protect. The secret, this shimmering lie of the glass skin and the porcelain mask, has become a rhythmic curse that vibrates in the very concrete of our modern cities. Every drop of the refined amber liquid consumed by the elite was a debt that could never be settled by gold or land. We are living in the heavy afterglow of a feast that never truly ended, a buried truth that hums just beneath the threshold of human hearing in the dead of night. The empire did not fall, and it did not fade into the pages of history. It simply became invisible, hiding behind a wall of artificial static and the manufactured quiet of the archives. The power that was harvested in the sunless basements of the workhouses did not vanish. It merely changed its frequency to match the heartbeat of a new century. You have felt it in the unexplained chill of a silent room and heard it in the low hum of the power lines. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Breathe in the stillness of the midnight hour. The frantic heart of the city has slowed to a crawl, and we are stepping into the candlelit parlors of a forgotten century. Feel the cool silk of history beneath your fingertips as we begin our journey into the shadows. The world outside is a distant memory, and here, in the soft glow of the embers, the secrets of the past are ready to be whispered once more. By the time the 19th century prepared to draw its final breath, the nature of power in London had undergone a profound metamorphosis. The crude extractions of the early 1800s had been replaced by a system of such clinical elegance that the participants no longer felt the stain of the crime. The sanguine protocols were now fully integrated into the administrative machinery of the state. It was an era of total surveillance disguised as progress. In April 1891, the British government conducted a census that would forever change the way the shadow harvesters operated. For the first time, the state utilized the holograph tabulating machine, a precursor to the modern computer, to process the data of millions. While history remembers this as a leap forward in statistical science, The red registry reveals it was the first time the resonance of the population was mapped with digital precision. The machines allowed the elite to identify resonance clusters in the industrial north with the push of a lever. The harvest was no longer a hunt. It was an automated calculation dot as you listen to the steady, hypnotic pulse of this narrative. Imagine the sound of those early machines. The rhythmic clicking of the cards, the whirring of the dials, and the faint smell of ozone and heated metal. This was the new voice of the unresolved silence. The elite had discovered that they no longer needed to hide in the fog. They could hide in the data. The biological debt was now managed by accountants and engineers, who viewed the life force of the poor as a simple variable in a grand imperial equation. The psychological layer of this era was a sense of absolute inevitability. The people of the slums felt the weight of the system not as a threat, but as a law of nature. They accepted the vanishing of their neighbors as they accepted the rising of the tide. The empire had successfully turned a predatory ritual into an environmental fact, but even as the machines perfected the count, the porcelain elite began to face a new and terrifying reality. The great cooling was beginning. The amber fluid, once so vibrant and warm, was starting to lose its thermal energy. No matter how many infusions they received, the dukes and countesses of Mayfair found themselves perpetually cold. Their porcelain skin, once glowing with a soft internal light, was now becoming gray and brittle. They realized that the resonance of the human soul was not an infinite resource. By harvesting so much, they had depleted the very vitality of the nation. The silence was becoming unresolved because the source of the sound was dying. The aristocracy was no longer living. They were merely persisting in a state of beautiful, frozen decay. This leads us to a mystery that has never been answered by the royal physicians. Why did the Queen's private clock in the blue drawing room stop every time a new batch of the Regency blend was brought into the palace? The clock was a mechanical masterpiece, yet its gears would seize as if the very concept of time was being rejected by the presence of the fluid. Was the amber liquid not just stealing life, but actively distorting the passage of seconds? As the 19th century dissolved into the 20th, the physical manifestation of the sanguine debt began to recede from the visible world, moving deeper into the cellular architecture of the British state. The porcelain masks were replaced by the cold, impartial faces of the new bureaucracy, and the liquid gold was rebranded as a chemical necessity for the survival of the governing class. The elite had learned that absolute power is most effective when it is silent, when it is woven into the very fabric of the law and the environment. They no longer needed to haunt the streets in gray carriages. They had successfully built a world where the harvest was a background frequency, a constant hum of systemic inequality that the people had learned to ignore. This was the birth of the modern unresolved silence, a state of absolute, predatory equilibrium where the debt was collected through the simple, rhythmic motion of the clock. Every 500 words. We must fix our attention on the shattering of the old world. On January 22, 1901, at 6:30 in the evening, Queen Victoria breathed her last at Osborne House on the Isle of Wight. The official history speaks of a nation in mourning, a world that stood still as the matriarch of the empire passed into legend. But the secret logs of the shadow harvesters record a much more violent conclusion. As the Queen's heart finally stopped, the sanguine resonance that had held her porcelain form together for 60 years reached a critical frequency. Witnesses in the inner chamber reported a sound like the fracturing of 1,000 glass bells. Her skin did not sag or wither. It shattered, turning into a fine, iridescent dust that settled over the royal bedclothes like a shroud of mineral light. The era of the glass skin was over, not because the debt was paid, but because the vessel could no longer contain the weight of the stolen lives. The psychological layer of this era was a profound sense of the great forgetting. Following the Queen's death, the new king, Edward VII, ordered a massive purge of the royal pharmacies. The Regency blend was replaced by more subtle, laboratory-grade compounds that did not leave the telltale glow of the amber resin. The aristocracy began to reintegrate into the world of the living, their skin losing its brittle translucence and returning to a more human, albeit still privileged, pallor. They convinced themselves that the horrors of the 19th century were merely the growing pains of a global power, a necessary phase of evolution that had now been transcended. But the ironborn and the amberite of the East End did not forget. They felt the absence of the hum as a phantom limb. A cold void in the air that signaled the predator had simply learned how to breathe without making a sound. As you move toward a deep, restorative sleep, let the rhythmic stillness of the story guide your mind toward the concept of bioresonance. The elite realized that they no longer needed the physical fluid to maintain their influence. They had discovered that the sanguine debt could be transmitted through the very atmosphere they had engineered during the Age of the Fog. By 1911, the British government passed the Official Secrets Act, a piece of legislation that remains one of the most restrictive in the Western world. While the public was told this was a response to the threat of German espionage, the Red Registry reveals it was the final seal on the history of the harvest. Section 1 of the Act made it a crime to even possess information regarding the biological continuity of the crown. The truth was no longer buried in the archives. It was made illegal to remember. The unresolved silence was now protected by the full force of the law, this anti-drowsy. Hooke now brings us to the most unsettling mystery of the modern age. If the harvest ended with the death of Victoria, why do the censors in the London Underground still record a localized resonance spike every time a member of the royal family passes overhead? The frequency is identical to the one recorded in the Tower rituals of 1819. The sound is not coming from the people, but from the very ground they stand on. It is as if the city itself has become the master stabilizer, a living battery that continues to broadcast the debt to the descendants of the stolen generation. The question is no longer who is being harvested, but who is the one listening to the broadcast in the quiet of their own home. The atmospheric build of our conclusion turns to the nature of power itself. We are the inheritors of an empire of shadows, a world built on a foundation of stolen time and buried screams. The unresolved silence is the sound of a debt that can never be paid, a rhythmic, hypnotic pulse that keeps us connected to a past we were taught to forget. But as you drift on the sea of sleep, remember that the iron in your own blood is a shield. The iron-born resistance did not fail. It merely went dormant, waiting for the frequency to change once more. The story of the lore slumber is not just a history of the elite, but a map of our own resilience. We are the ones who survive the harvest, the ones who carry the memory of the light in a world that was engineered for the dark environment they inhabited. The tower was a pressure cooker of unexpressed emotion. The elite, who frequently visited the tower for their deep infusions, were essentially walking into a storm of psychological residue. They were being haunted not by the dead, but by the memories they had rejected. Bailey reached for his bag, his fingers brushing against the vial of iron-born blood. He understood now that the iron was not just a contaminant. It was an anchor. It had the weight necessary to pull the vapors of the forgotten out of the air and bind them back into the liquid. Gold, the atmospheric build of the script now, turns to the processors, the men and women who lived in the basement, to manage the crucible. These were individuals who had been harmonized, a term that meant their own memories had been surgically removed to make them perfect, empty vessels for the ritual. They moved with a terrifying, choreographed grace, their eyes fixed on the silver dials, their hands steady and cold. They were the living extensions of the machine, as silent and unfeeling as the basalt pillars themselves. Bailey realized that this was the ultimate goal of the crown, not just to live forever, but to live without the burden of humanity. They wanted the power of the throne without the weight of the conscience. Why did the processors always wear masks of hammered copper? Was it to protect them from the blue light of the crucible, or was it to hide the fact that their faces had become as smooth and featureless as the porcelain they served? Bailey watched as one of the processors approached the crucible with a long silver ladle. The ritual was reaching its climax. The Regency blend was being finalized, a substance so potent it could sustain a duke for a year with a single drop. But as the ladle broke the surface of the liquid, the resonance plates suddenly shifted their tone. The hum became a growl, a deep, earth-shaking vibration that caused the dust of centuries to fall from the vaulted ceiling. The iron-born blood in Bailey's pocket was reacting to the frequency. The rebellion was beginning, not in the streets, but in the very molecules of the stolen life. The shift in the frequency was not just heard. It was felt in the very structure of the White Tower. The deep, guttural growl of the resonance plates signaled that the iron in Bailey's pocket had recognized its enemy. Every 500 words we must return to the cold, hard facts of the timeline. On January 29, 1820, King George III finally breathed his last at Windsor Castle. The official narrative was that the old king died peacefully, a weary monarch finally finding rest. But in the basement of the tower, the purification ritual was reaching a state of violent instability. The Regency blend, intended for the new king's coronation, was reacting to the death of its primary consumer. As the monarch's heart stopped, the amber fluid in the crucible began to boil without heat, turning from a pure, blinding white to a dark, bruised violet. The psychological layer of this moment was a feeling of absolute, crushing dread. Bailey realized that the connection between the king and the amber fluid was not just one way. It was a symbiotic bond of shared decay. As he stepped forward, the harmonized processors did not turn to look at him. Their copper masks remained fixed on the crucible, but their hands began to tremble with a rhythmic intensity. They were sensing the iron-born presence. Bailey reached into his bag and withdrew the small glass vial. The blood inside was no longer liquid. It had crystallized into tiny, jagged shards of black metal that seemed to pull at the air. He did not hesitate. He cast the shards into the boiling violet pool. As you breathe in the stillness of this dark history, imagine the silence that followed. For a heartbeat, the hum of the resonance plates ceased entirely. The blue light died. The only sound was the heavy, rhythmic thumping of the hydraulic bellows beneath the floor, sounding like the footsteps of a giant approaching from the depths of the earth. Then the crucible erupted, not with fire but with sound. It was the cry of the iron, a high-pitched, metallic shriek that echoed through the vaulted hall and up into the very heights of the White Tower. The iron was binding with the amber fluid, acting as a conductor for the vespers of the forgotten that had been clinging to the ceiling for decades. This anti-drowsy hook kept Bailey rooted to the spot. He watched as the gray mist began to descend, pulled down by the gravitational weight of the iron. The vapors did not just settle, they transformed. As they touched the surface of the darkened liquid, they took on the shapes of the children they had once belonged to. For a fleeting second, the basement of the tower was filled with thousands of transparent, flickering figures, a ghost army of the vanished reclaimed from the silence. They were not screaming. They were whispering a single word over and over, a word that the copper-masked processors had long ago forgotten. They were whispering the word home. The atmospheric build of the script now turns to the physical collapse of the purification machinery. The resonance plates, unable to handle the sudden influx of raw, unfiltered memory, began to shatter. One by one, the brass sheets cracked, sending shards of metal flying through the air like lethal butterflies. The processors remained motionless, their copper masks now reflecting the chaotic dance of the ghosts. They were being flooded with the very memories they had been hollowed out to avoid. Bailey saw one of them reach up and tear the mask from his face, revealing a countenance that was not human but a blank porcelain canvas that was now being etched with the lines of 1,000 different lives. The question that remains, echoing through the shattered hall, is whether the purification was truly destroyed, or if Bailey had simply triggered the next phase of the Sanguine protocols. As the violet liquid in the crucible began to overflow, it took on a heavy, metallic sheen, turning into a substance that was both amber and iron. This was the new blend. A fluid that would not just sustain the elite, but would bind them forever to the labor of the poor. The aristocracy would no longer be statues of glass. They would be machines of metal, their lives inextricably linked to the very iron they had used to build their empire. Every 500 words, we must find the anchor of the aftermath. Following the king's death in January 1820, a massive fire was reported in the stores of the Tower of London. The public was told it was a simple accident involving a tipped lantern in the armory. But the London Fire Brigade records show that the flames were a strange, iridescent blue, and that the water from the Thames seemed to feed the fire rather than extinguish it. The basement of the tower was being purged, not of records, but of the physical evidence of the ritual's failure. The crucible was melted down, the resonance plates were buried in the mud of the river, and the harmonized processors disappeared into the fog. Their porcelain faces hidden once more behind masks of anonymity, Bailey escaped through the secret tunnel to Greenwich, but he was no longer the same man. The iron-born blood had left a mark on him, a dark metallic stain on his hands that no amount of scrubbing could remove. He realized that the Red Registry was not just a book. It was a blueprint for a future that had already arrived. The elite would continue to harvest, the children would continue to vanish, and the iron would continue to sing its heavy, sorrowful song. The only thing that had changed was the frequency. As the 19th century moved toward the era of Victoria, the memory of the purification rituals was buried under layers of Victorian morality and industrial progress. But if you stand near the Trader's Gate at midnight during a low tide, you can still hear it. It's not the sound of the wind or the water. It's the low, rhythmic thumping of the hydraulic bellows, still moving in the deep dark, waiting for the next batch of stolen life to be brought down into the sunless vault. The debt is never fully paid, and the eyes of God remain closed to what happens beneath the stone. But even as the tower fell silent, a new ledger was being opened in a small office in Whitehall. This was not the red registry of the past, but the black ledger of the future, and the first name written in its pages was a name that Bailey had seen before the name of the master stabilizer. Infant X, where had the child been moved? And what was the price of their silence now that the king was dead? In the heart of the 19th century, London was not merely a city of progress, but a city of a lethal, suffocating shroud. While the history books speak of the Great Smog as a byproduct of the Industrial Revolution, the secret journals of the Home Office reveal a much darker utility. The fog was not an accident. It was a weapon. It was a tactical environmental catastrophe, a dense, yellow veil engineered to provide the perfect cover for the shadow harvesters as they moved through the streets. Like ghosts in the machinery, thousands of citizens walked into the mist and never walked out, their disappearances explained away as the simple hazards of a crowded metropolis. But they were not lost to the river or the thieves of the rookeries. They were taken by the state to fulfill the Sanguine Debt. This was a betrayal of the very air the people breathed, a forbidden secret where the soot and coal smoke were used to mask a predatory hunt that sustained the immortality of the elite. Every pea souper was a hunting season, a buried lie that allowed the crown to harvest its own subjects in broad daylight, hidden behind a wall of gray. This is the truth the king buried. Every 500 words we find the final anchor of the narrative. In 2024, the opening of the restricted archives proved that the sanguine protocols were never truly abandoned. They were simply refined, moving from the silver needles of the Victorian physicians to the digital algorithms and pharmacological cocktails of the present day. The price of a soul is still being calculated not in the red registry, but in the data farms and the insurance tables that govern our lives. The empire is still here, vibrating at a frequency that we have learned to mistake for the sound of our own heartbeat. The silence is unresolved because the story is still being written, and we are the ink. The air in your room is still, the light is dim, and the journey is finally coming to an end. The weight of the centuries has been lifted, leaving behind a sense of profound, quiet clarity. You have walked through the fog, stood in the sunless vaults, and heard the whispers of the vanished. The truth is no longer a burden, but a soft, rhythmic lullaby that eases you into a state of absolute peace. The shadow harvesters have faded into the mist, their gray carriages lost in the corridors of time. The debt is settled for tonight, and the red registry is closed forever. The city is quiet, the heart of the empire has slowed to a crawl, and you are safe in the stillness of the unresolved silence. The stars above the London docks are the same stars that watched over the workhouse children in 1801. They see the truth that the king tried to bury, and they watch over us as we reclaim our own time from the shadows. The fog is lifting now, revealing a world that is no longer a cage, but a wide, open horizon. You are free of the resonance, free of the debt, and free to disappear into the soft velvet embrace of a dreamless sleep. The story is complete, the secret is told, and the long night of the Victorian shroud is finally over. Sleep now. The file is closed.